Good morning, everyone. I would like to call this meeting to order. And I would start that at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Adoption of
Good morning.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Adoption of the agenda. Who would like to move the adoption of the agenda?
So moved. Councillor Stevenson here.
Councillor Stevenson moved the adoption of the agenda. And that is seconded by
Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright. Please vote for the adoption of the agenda.
Yes, for me, please.
Thank
Madam
you.
Clerk.
We're just sending the vote out now. Thank you. It's just coming out. The computers are just warming up here.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans?
Yes, as well.
Okay, and we've already got Councillor Salvador, so we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes. Councillor Knack,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will move the adoption of the minutes from the November 30th, December 1st, 8th, 10th, 14th, 15th, and 17th City Council meeting, as well as the December 13th, 2021 City Council meeting.
Second.
seconded by Councillor Paquette, right? Please vote.
Councillor Salvador?
I'm a yes. eScribe is not cooperating. Apologies.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Our next is protocol items. Councillor Hamilton, you're first.
Thank you. I'd like to take some time this morning to recognize that this Thursday is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. It's a day set aside by the United Nations General Assembly to commemorate and memorialize the victims of Nazi atrocities of World War II. January 27th of this year also falls on the 77th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz concentration camp. It's a day of remembrance for the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust and the millions of other victims of Nazism. It is also time to pay tribute to the millions of survivors. To help raise awareness of this important day, His Worship Mayor Amarjeet Sohi will proclaim January 27th as Holocaust Remembrance Day in Edmonton. It's important to recognize this day because of the effects of this tragedy that are still felt by survivors, families, and friends around the world. Their lives, stories, and courage continue to be an inspiration to all of us. We have a duty to remember their experiences, resilience, and courage out of respect for their suffering and to prevent it from ever happening again. Furthermore, this day shows us how important it is to continue our fight against racism, anti-Semitism, and hate, and to create a truly welcoming city for the many diverse communities that call Edmonton home. Now, more than ever, we must remain alert to the discrimination and oppression that can enable such atrocities to occur. And that's why the work of groups like the Edmonton Jewish Federation and B'nai B'rith are important to provide cultural and historical education. The Federation promotes their history and heritage to younger generations in Edmonton to ensure the lessons of the past are not forgotten. Each year, they organize multiple education events, including a memorial and candle lighting ceremony, symposiums, movies, and talks by Holocaust survivors. The City of Edmonton thanks them for their many contributions to our community. And we thank the many Jewish members of our community who have chosen to call Edmonton home for helping it make a more vibrant and welcoming city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for doing this proclamation. It's very important that we recognize these tragedies and work with local communities to support them. So thank you so much for that. I do have a couple of additional protocol items, and I will do the first one, recognition of the CN Eco Connections and tree planting. It is a pleasure to officially recognize CN Eco Connections and Tree Canada for their contributions to making urban spaces more green. Over the years, both of these organizations have contributed to the planting of millions of trees. On behalf of City of Edmonton and City Council, we thank you for your dedication and support to making communities, including our own, more healthy and sustainable. This past year, a $25,000 grant was generously awarded to the City of Edmonton's Root for Trees program through the CN Eco Connections from the Ground Up program. The Root for Trees program provides the opportunity for volunteers to contribute to bettering their community by planting native trees, shrubs, and wildflowers. This support made it possible for volunteers to plant over 300 native trees and shrubs at the Severin Drive Pond Stormwater Facility this past October. These efforts helped beautify the area and preserve natural plants and animal species. What is more, this funding directly contributes to City's ambitious goal to plant 2 million trees throughout Edmonton by 2050. We are incredibly grateful for their partnership in helping make this goal a reality. On behalf of City Council, I want to thank CN Eco Connections, represented by Tyler Bannock, for providing the $25,000 grant to Roots for Trees. Additionally, I would like to thank Tree Canada, specifically Rebecca Shelzer and Rhonda Bradley, for supporting and bridging this funding for Edmonton. And thank you to John Helder for representing Tree Canada at the planting event. The city also thanks the Roots for Tree program, naturalization, and forestry staff for their role in helping realize important community building and climate resilient goals for the City of Edmonton through this project. City looks forward to continuing to work with CN to build a vibrant and healthy Edmonton. I don't know if those people are any of them present in the chamber. I see no. And so people virtually joining us, thank you so much for your contribution to this program. And my next protocol item is very exciting as well. Good morning, everyone. I want to take a moment this morning to recognize an incredible individual, Amber Paquette. Amber is City's 6th historian laureate and our first Indigenous historian. In 2010, City of Edmonton reinforced the importance of identifying and preserving our history by becoming Canada's first municipality to appoint a historian laureate. As the city's official ambassador on historical matters, it is their duty to promote the history of our city by documenting, researching, interpreting, and speaking about the people, places, and events that have created our city's distinctive heritage and character. Amber, a born and raised Edmontonian, is a Cree and Métis artist, filmmaker, and Indigenous peoples interpreter. She has worked professionally with Fort Edmonton Park for several years to ensure the reenactment of Edmonton's historical fur trade era accurately reflects Indigenous culture and traditions. Her term was not without its challenges, having been entirely throughout the pandemic. Still, Amber's unique background and cultural knowledge added a diverse perspective to this role. She introduced Edmontonians to many local stories and characters through a series of short documentary films. Though her role as the historian laureate will come to an end in April, her legacy and contributions made throughout her 2-year term will not be forgotten. Thank you, Amber, for your hard work and dedication. All Edmontonians wish you the best in the next stage of your life. I would like to now invite Amber to share a few words about the challenges and successes she faced as our historian laureate. Amber, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And thank you so much, Council, for
Is the
having
mic,
me.
Amber's mic on?
Yes, it is. If you can lean into the mic a wee bit, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
This good?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me in the chambers today. It is a tremendous honor to be here and to serve all Edmontonians as their historian laureate, especially during this very trying time. It's been a historic time for all of us, especially for council, where we have tackled, gender disparity, we have tackled, ethnic representation on city council, and we should be tremendously proud of that. So I just wanted to say, thank you, and give everyone a pat on the back there. And this project is very much birthed out of my heart and my own personal story. It comes from my family's story and their history and my ancestors' contributions, and so many contributions through the First Nations, Métis, and Indigenous people who are here, who built the city that we are in, that we have the honor to be on this land of Treaty 6 territory. And that is what this documentary is about. It is about those stories, and it is about all those contributions that Indigenous people have made to this wonderful city that we get to call home. So it is my great honor to show you some of that and a short little trailer that I've put together. It has been a challenge, of course, during COVID to do this. I was an independent, new filmmaker. I have never done film before. But I'm quite proud of what we have accomplished. But I absolutely could not accomplish it without my team. I had such a generous team with me on this, and I really need to thank Christopher White, Callie Molinas, Dylan Reed, and Matthew Hilterman, especially for all of their hard work on this. So that is all, and I will hand it over to everybody to see the trailer. Please enjoy. Hi. Misquachie, Muskaigan. The history of our city is a timeless story, one rooted in the people and the places that dot Edmonton's unique landscape. Since time immemorial, the Beaver Hills have been home to generations of families. From the moment that great glacial Lake Edmonton drained, to the arrival of intrepid First Nations, Métis, and European traders. The timeline of our city is indeed marked with many fascinating chapters, stories stretching far back into antiquity and beyond. Some of Canada's oldest archaeological sites can be found beneath our very own sidewalks, suburban homes, and busy roads. Yet how often do we hear about them? The Cree word for discovery is Miskowin, and it is here on Treaty 6 territory that we start our journey of discovery together.
Thank you, Amber. I will, yes, absolutely, yeah. No, I will be absolutely reaching out to you to seek your guidance in some of the work that we need to undertake on Indigenous reconciliation, and hopefully you'll be staying connected. Thank you so much for that. Okay, all right. We are done with protocol items. Now select items for debate. Select items for debate. See Councillor Hamilton first.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested, I'd like to see 6.7 selected, so I'll select that. I'm also going to select 6.1, 6.2, because 6.2 must be selected. 6.4 also must be selected, and 6.5, and then 9.1 and 9.2.
Slow down, so hold on. Slow down a bit.
Sorry.
9.1 and 9.2.
9.2.
Yeah.
And because 9.2 has to be selected, I'm also going to select 9.3. And then just to round it off, 9.4 and 9.5.
9.4 and 9.5. And you said 9.3 as well, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I would like to select 7.3, 7.4, and plus, I think 9.3, 9.4 already selected by Councillor Hamilton. I would like to select 2, 9.3, 9.4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to select item 6.6. I would also like to select, am I required to select motions pending at this time?
No, motions are not selected. They'll come in the order they are.
And, okay, excellent. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Principe.
I would like to choose 6.3, please.
6.3.
Yeah, and then, so for 8.6 station lands, that's a motion, so
Yeah, we don't
that
have.
will be
yeah.
dealt with later.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, Madam Clerk, we basically selected all the items, right? Yeah, so we have none to be moved. Request to speak. We do have number of requests to speak, and what is the process, Madam Clerk? Again, it's been a while.
Yep. So
We usually don't hear from members of public at council meetings unless somebody moves to hear from them, right?
that is correct. So it's a two-step process. First of all, they have to request to speak. Somebody has to put the motion on the floor. It would need to be seconded, and then a majority of council would want to hear from the speakers. It has been communicated to the speakers that it is not council's normal practice, but it is council's decision. And since the requests came in, there has been a withdrawal for item 6.4. The speaker listed there from the Infill Development of Edmonton Association has withdrawn their request.
So Mariah Samji has withdrawn. And also to folks who are here to speak on 8.1, my motion on childcare, I wish I had advised you earlier. We have a report coming up to council in end of March on this matter that will answer a number of questions that I am raising in my motion. So I'm going to be withdrawing my motion today and wait till the March report and debate on that. And at that time, if necessary, I will move a motion to further the work that I wanted to do through this motion. I hope that you don't mind. And thank you for signing up, but there may not be a need to speak on that motion. There will not be a need to speak on that motion today because I will be withdrawing that motion. And then we have 8.4, right? So somebody would have to move that we'll hear from
Yes, that's correct.
Chris Galloway.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Mayor. I apologize. I am also aware that there may be some folks wanting to speak to 8.6. Did we have anyone registered to speak to that item?
So we did, Councillor Stevenson, but when people register to speak and then they withdraw, we don't actually report that to City Council because it's the public's right to withdraw before we present their names to Council.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, maybe I'll make some quick inquiries in the background as we go through item 8.4. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. Is anyone moving that we hear from members of public on 8.4? Usually what we do is that if there are members of public to speak, they can speak at a committee, right? And a motion could be sent to committee for discussion.
Yes, so if no motion is made right now to hear from the speakers, you just carry on with your agenda.
Okay.
However, when the item when we get to that point of the agenda, it is possible that this council might send the report, well, there isn't a report, would send the matter to committee. It gets a bit confusing because there isn't actually an agenda item before you. There is just the idea of a motion coming forward.
Okay.
So getting clarity on if you want to hear from the speakers today would be most helpful.
Good. Okay. Well, I have no one moving the motion to hear from public on that item, so we will carry on. Request for time specifics on the agenda. Who would like to move the request for time specifics?
So moved.
Councillor Wright moves that the 6.2 COVID-19 update verbal report be first item of business. Seconded by
Second, Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Stevenson, and I see Councillor Cartmel on the board.
Thank you, Mayor Sophie. Understanding that there's a request for first item for item 6.2, I'm going to request then that item 8.6 be the second item on the agenda considered.
8.6. Okay, so 8.6 to be added. Does that need a seconder for that? To be added to?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Principe? Is it Principe or
Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton? Okay, got it. Okay, so we have, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, I'm just curious, and it's probably just time management, I would assume, but I was just curious about the purpose of making it the second item.
Is that to me? That's to me?
Yeah.
Simply stated, there is a lot. This motion has caught the attention of quite a lot of people in our development and building industry, and I think they'd like this satisfied just as soon as possible, one way or the other. And I'm concerned that if it waits till it's time on the agenda, that will be at least 2 days from now, and I don't think that it's proper or really the right thing to do to make this question wait 2 more days. So I think we should I actually would like to do it first, but recognizing Dr. Sikора's time, I think it should be second.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So we please vote to have 6.2 and 8.6.
Sorry, so just to clarify, are you amending the main motion or are you assuming that that's friendly, Mr. Mayor?
I don't see any concerns being raised on this, so it'll probably be friendly in my mind, right? So we can go ahead on voting on it. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Request to speak. Request per time specific on the agenda. Vote on bylaws not selected for debate. Councillor Cartmill.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will move first reading of items 7.1 and 7.2.
Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Rice.
Yeah.
Second by Councillor Rice. 7.1 first reading, please, and 7.1 and 7.2 first reading, please. Vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
I will move second reading of item 7.1.
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded. Please vote on the second reading of 7.1.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of item 7.1.
Second.
Councillor Wright seconded it. Consideration for third on 7.1. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is granted. Final reading, Councillor Cartmill.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 19878, the 2022 Business Improvement Area Assessment Supplementary Assessment Tax, Supplementary Tax and Tax Rate bylaw.
Second.
Councillor Rice seconded it. Please vote.
Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the vote, please. That is carried. So, Madam Clerk, just one point. Now that I have stated that I'm withdrawing 8.1, is that withdrawn or does that need a motion to be withdrawn?
You can't make a motion because it's not actually on the floor. So when we get to the items, motions pending, then
Then
you
we
just
can-
say that you're not going to make it. And if
Okay.
you're not going to lay it over, we just remove it from the
Okay.
agenda.
Can you please advise the speakers that this, just in case they missed it, that this item will be withdrawn so that they know that they're not waiting to be.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right. Councillor inquiries. Councillor inquiries, seeing none. Okay. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Now we are going into our first item, which is time-specific 6.2 COVID-19 update verbal report. Over to you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. 2022 arrived with a new COVID variant and a different set of challenges to manage. I'm here to provide you with an update and answer any questions you may have about the city's current response to the fifth wave of COVID-19 and the surge in transmissions with the Omicron variant. This presentation is for information and we're not seeking any specific direction at this time. Joining us virtually today are our guest, Dr. Christopher Sikora, Edmonton's own Medical Officer of Health with Alberta Health Services, members of the Executive Leadership Team, Nicole Poirier and Michelle Plouffe, our Chair and Vice Chair of the COVID-19 Task Force in the city, or Task Team in the city, and Nikki Anderson, the Acting Deputy Fire Chief Planning and Office of Emergency Management. As always, our response to the pandemic is guided by our current state. The highly transmissible Omicron variant has apparently reached its peak in our community and has proven to be unlike the original virus and earlier variants. Managing the fifth wave has required new approaches and considerations. So far, staff absences have been relatively minor and operational impacts have been managed with small changes to a few of the city's key services. That could change over the next few weeks, so we are continually monitoring and assessing our delivery of services to residents. Today's update focuses on the steps we've taken to ensure vital public-facing services are protected. And Dr. Sikora, the Chief Medical Officer of Health for the Edmonton Zone, is here to talk about the fifth wave to date and the new tools we have to gauge its impact. This next slide shows the significant and rapid transmission of Omicron in the Edmonton Zone over the past 6 weeks. As a reminder, the Edmonton Zone includes the City of Edmonton, along with regional partners like St. Albert, Morinville, Parkland County, and Leduc. Dr. Sikora is the Chief Medical Officer of Health for the entire Edmonton Zone. In the past, the number of active cases and the active case rate per 100,000 were key indicators most frequently used to describe our COVID status. As you can see, our case rate per 100,000 is roughly 10 times higher this week than it was in late December, indicating significant community spread. Throughout the pandemic, case counts have been based on PCR testing done by Alberta Health Services. Recently, those testing protocols have been restricted to high priority groups and people in high-risk settings like healthcare workers. There are likely thousands of cases going untested or tested but not reported, since there is no system for capturing at-home rapid antigen test results. In the past, we have considered our values as an indicator of virus transmission. However, given current provincial testing priorities and contact tracing changes, we now look at other indicators such as wastewater testing data to understand the COVID-19 prevalence in our community. Omicron's transmissibility along with changes to testing access, eligibility, and reporting have caused health authorities to rely on a number of other tools to assess our current state of COVID-19. In a moment, I will invite Dr. Sikora to provide more details on the trends, what they might mean over the next few weeks, and how public authorities are evolving the tools they use to monitor this variant. The city's COVID-19 dashboard on edmonton.ca has been updated and streamlined. The dashboard brings together Alberta Health Services Edmonton Zone data from across multiple sites into a one-stop source for COVID health indicators in Edmonton. The dashboard is updated on weekdays as new information becomes available. And I'll now ask Dr. Sikora to address the Mayor and Council.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Corbold, and thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity for me to be here today to discuss, I think, three major things. So one is Omicron, second is system monitoring, and third is activities underway to help protect and enhance the health of our population in and around the Edmonton area. So as mentioned, we do have Omicron, our Omicron variant that is our predominant circulating strain at this time, both across Canada, around Alberta, and of course in the Edmonton area. What we know about Omicron is that it is very transmissible, much more so than previous variants. From what we've been able to learn really in the international medical community is that there is a decreased severity, but given its increased transmissibility, we have a great deal of concern around our hospitalization and the impact to our community and to our populations. Omicron still can be prevented through our established mechanisms of immunization, personal protective equipment, staying home when you're sick, hand washing, as well as those other key measures and activities that all of us have been very accustomed to doing in the past 2 years together. Our second item is around system monitoring. So there has been a refinement and perhaps a prioritization of that valuable activity of PCR-based testing. So our PCR-based testing has been refined and really restricted for use in environments where knowing that somebody is COVID positive makes a clinical impact for that individual. It's a major focus of healthcare worker return, and it's a major focus of whether or not we can provide treatments such as monoclonal antibodies. Because the testing numbers are, of course, resulting in lower case numbers than what we actually know is going on in the community. Our case per 100,000 isn't a reliable indicator of how we are doing in this pandemic, and nor is the R value, unfortunately, a reliable indicator of progression. Health Canada, in its modeling, is suggesting that the peak across Canada will likely be in late January, with a gradual decrease over the month of February. It's expected that would be somewhat variable across Canada as our provinces did enter this fifth wave at different times. We are very carefully watching our hospitalization, our ICU utilization, as well as their communities, as well as their community indicators such as emergency department visits. As of January 21st, Edmonton Zone has 41 individuals in ICU that have COVID-19 and 503 individuals who are hospitalized. And that's based on the hospital site, not their home, the zone of home residence. So we do have our system priorities of maintaining and expanding our hospitalization capacity, or hospital capacity, or critical care capacity, as well as supporting primary care to be able to do and support patient care in a safe, consistent, and very high quality manner, an activity that I have extreme confidence in our family physicians across the zones. We are managing many outbreaks across the Edmonton area. Other activities that are underway have been refinement of isolation orders from our Chief Medical Officer of Health. We have our restriction exemption program that is still active. As mentioned, we have our testing process that has been refined for priority groups. We have gradual expansion of a rapid antigen testing process, both within school environments, workplace settings, hospital environments, as well as primary care environments. Immunization is an ever-evolving field with new groups and more priority groups being added as our partners at Alberta Health have those considerations made. We do remind individuals that if you have symptoms, please stay home. If you have access to a rapid antigen test, there are instructions on both alberta.ca as well as albertahealthservices.ca on how to use those rapid antigen tests. And of course, masking is an ever interesting field. We do suggest and do recommend that individuals do continue to wear masks in public as defined and recommended by our Chief Medical Officer of Health. Mask type, of course, and mask effectiveness is based on a number of different factors, including material, fit, construction, as well as its use. Health Canada has refined its masking recommendations to suggest that individuals should choose the highest quality, or at least the highest capacity mask that they have access to. In some circumstances, that may be a seal-tested KN95 mask. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Corbould.
Thank you, Dr. Sikora. The mechanisms for decision-making during the pandemic was first established in March 2020, and it has served us well over the course of the first 4 COVID-19 waves. The executive leadership team and I make decisions about policies, protocols, and strategies related to our pandemic response. We base our decisions on recommendations and information from the COVID-19 task team. Originally created as a temporary working group, the task team has been instrumental in ensuring that the city's COVID-19 response has been agile, intentional, and aligned. The work of the task team includes meeting and liaising with Alberta Health and Alberta Health Services on public health orders, restrictions and guidance, and interpretation of those orders, restrictions, and guidance, managing employee and public issues, and providing an integrated and coordinated approach to our response, sharing COVID-19 information within the organization, and developing key messages that inform, educate, and reassure the people of Edmonton. Our pandemic response has been strengthened by collaboration and open communication with a number of external partners, including the Edmonton Police Service, Edmonton Public Library, nonprofit social agencies, regional municipalities, and the City of Calgary. In Wave 5, the task team's work has expanded to include coordination with the business continuity team. Each branch in the city has a business continuity plan that identifies operational responses to labor, facility, and technology disruptions. Like many organizations, the city is experiencing some staff absences due to Omicron. This may continue while we navigate beyond the Omicron peak of transmission, and we have made minor service adjustments where needed and will continue to do so as needed. City branches advise and coordinate with the task team and ELT when business continuity plans indicate that service adjustments are required. Should there need to be any service changes during the 5th wave, our decisions will be guided by the principles on this slide. Firstly, we want a coordinated response. Responses will be city-focused and governed through the COVID-19 task team and executive leadership team. We want to use health-based guidance. The advice and guidance of the Chief Medical Officer of Health for Alberta guides internal regulations and service delivery, and that's bolstered by Dr. Sikora's support from AHS. We are prioritizing vital public-facing services, public services that ensure the delivery of emergency services, mobility of residents, and life safety for people and animals are prioritized. On safety, we consider both employee safety and public safety in any service delivery adjustments, and safety is a top priority and will not be compromised while managing COVID-19 related impacts. Integration. City services are interconnected and often interdependent. Resources will be deployed across the organization to meet priority emerging and immediate needs. And equity. A GBA plus equity lens will be applied to service delivery decisions, as we have done with, for example, transit services. Transparency. Decisions on service changes will be communicated to the public in a timely manner through broad channels to ensure residents are aware of the changes and their timing. Now, this next slide on this list includes areas within the organization that deliver vital public-facing services. To ensure we are well prepared for COVID-19 impacts, every area has a business continuity plan that details how we anticipate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from disruptions. These plans identify specific operational responses like changes in hours of operation. They detail the approach to service adjustments if required. Communications are integral to business continuity plans. Messaging to the public begins early and is focused on informing and educating Edmontonians about service delivery changes. Please note that while our support for vulnerable populations is considered a vital service, our work supports the community agencies that lead the response on the ground, and we support these partners as collaborators and facilitators and through our funding. The number of city employees who are ill or in isolation due to COVID-19 infection changes daily, but has remained relatively low and steady for the past week. We believe that the high vaccination rate of employees at 95% who have received 2 shots and 25% who have received a booster shot has helped blunt the spread of Omicron at the city. If we have reached the peak of the 5th wave in Edmonton, the back end of the curve should be very manageable. But Omicron has been unpredictable, so we plan to continue with our cautious approach for the next several weeks until we are sure. Even in a restricted public health environment, we frequently review city COVID practices and protocols, and in the past month, several adjustments were made. 30% of city employees are working from home. They have been advised that they must only come to workplace if their physical presence is absolutely required for operational effectiveness. We expect all employees to comply with workplace health and safety protocols at all times. Travel restrictions are also in place for business-related travel for city employees, consultants, and contracted employees. We have developed an online tool that informs Edmontonians about the status of select public-facing services. The COVID-19 Service Impact Dashboard on edmonton.ca identifies service adjustments made in the 5th wave. At the moment, the dashboard highlights 2 minor service adjustments, and it will be updated daily if necessary. City-operated recreation centres, arenas, and attractions that participate in the province's restriction exemption program introduce measures to limit eating or drinking on site. And visitors to city facilities have been reminded to avoid gathering in common areas inside and outside of our facilities. As we do our due diligence, we will look for other opportunities to go beyond and above public health orders when it is the right thing to do for the city. The Animal Care and Control Centre has had to temporarily suspend the intake of healthy animals due to the rapid rise of Omicron 19 variant and the impacts this has on staff. We are accepting animals that are in distress, injured, or sick by appointment, and this includes animals found in the cold when it is below -20 degrees with the wind chill. Due to Omicron-related staffing shortages, Edmonton Transit has temporarily adjusted weekday bus service, resulting in a 2% reduction in overall service levels. We would like to acknowledge the important work and partnership of the Edmonton COVID-19 Rapid Response Collaborative Community Table. By leveraging local knowledge networks and influencers, the Community Table supported newcomer and multicultural groups in the battle against COVID. Their work enhanced community engagement, improved access to vaccine education, and ensured broad distribution of information about COVID safety practices for low-income households in higher-density neighborhoods. The work of the collaborative has concluded, but the impact of their support has made a very lasting impact. For now, the Omicron impact on the city employees' population and service delivery has been limited and manageable. We are prepared to adjust and advise if conditions change and disruptions emerge. Our fifth wave decision-making infrastructure, task team, and ELT stands ready to support the activation of branch business continuity plans and service area adjustments. Keeping Edmontonians, employees, and council informed with timely and helpful information is an essential part of our implementation plans. The everyday work of managing COVID-19 will continue throughout the fifth wave. The leadership team and I, along with the task team, are strategically focused on an agile pandemic response. And with that, Dr. Sikora and the team and I would be happy to take any of your questions on this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corbold, and thank you, Dr. Sikora, for always being there for us and providing your insight and guidance. Appreciate that. I'll go to council members for questions as people line up on this. Maybe okay. Here you go, Councillor Rutherford. Go ahead.
Hi, this question is for Dr. Sikora. I just really have one question about the data that was presented because, you know, with the rapid tests and with some of the changes in health policy, what kind of numbers are we actually getting from this data? Like, how accurate are these numbers? Because there's no way for people that did a rapid test at home to actually report that they were COVID positive, for example.
It's a great question, and thank you very much, Councillor Rutherford. Is my audio better this time? I had to switch the, okay, apologies for that previously. So, purpose of the rapid tests is to quickly identify if you are going to be a risk to another individual or to your family members or to your workplace. So the expansion of use of those rapid tests is designed to be able to help manage at that moment. So at this point, there isn't a consistent way to validate or to enter those into a reporting infrastructure, and that our use of those PCR validated tests that are perhaps supervised and entered into a medical record does underestimate what our total population impact is, or the total population numbers are for COVID-19 across the Edmonton zone, but also across Alberta. And that's something that is consistently seen really around Canada and North America. So the things that we are perhaps monitoring much more closely are those things that are quite consistent and have been very consistent over time, and that's our lab-based testing within hospital environments, hospital admissions, critical care utilization, and the emerging trend, as Mr. Corbold presented on the slide, is that wastewater projection. So we see that rapid rise up, and might be at a plateau at this point in time. And we're hoping for a rapid rise down, but I guess the shape of that latter half of the curve has yet to be seen. The consistent information and the modeling that Health Canada has presented does take into account the under-testing from PCR-based mechanisms, and perhaps is relying, as you've indicated, much more on those hospitalization numbers overall.
Great. And then my last question is just regards to the vaccine exemption program. And when I look at the provincial legislation, it indicates that for sort of recreation purposes, that it's not recommended to do the vaccine exemption program for sort of that 12 to 17 age group on the provincial website, so that they still have access to those recreation opportunities and whatnot. We are doing that within the city of Edmonton. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. I know, again, we have those opportunities to go above and beyond public health orders. We have seen that with the mask bylaw, but it is a question I've been receiving from constituents, so wanted to ask that today.
No, thank you very much. So the restriction exemption program is outlined, and the parameters are set by our partners at Alberta Health. Of course, they set a bar, and our organizations around Alberta can have that expectation to meet that bar, but some may actually go above and beyond, much like our city of Edmonton has some environments. So the purpose of the restriction exemption program is to be able to well, if we go back to the core principles of why it's there, ultimately designed to be able to have in a particular facility or particular environment individuals that have had inadequate immunization. And the purpose of that adequate immunization means that even if positive or even if an individual has active COVID despite being immunized, those symptoms that they would have and their likelihood of transmissibility would be much lower. Now, of course, all of these are balanced against recreational activities, physical activities, impacts to mental health, well-being, and that I'm sure there were very robust discussions at that provincial table when the particular policies were enacted. Of course, the City of Edmonton can go over and above, and I know those very same discussions were had. So balancing some of those protective impacts, and some of those protective impacts may be the expectation that 12 to 17-year-olds are going to be in a facility with other ages, namely those who are over 18, who are by minimum also part of the restriction exemption program. Mr. Corbold, did you want to add to that, or?
Yeah,
That's
thanks.
what,
Sorry.
I was gonna say, I'm just cognizant of time, so.
Yeah. Okay. Quickly, Andre?
Just that we carefully thought that we did seek the advice of Dr. Hinshaw directly on this. We did seek the advice of Dr. Sikora. We also sought the advice of some of the recreational groups around Edmonton, like Edmonton Hockey and others, to see what they thought, and of course the two big public and Catholic school divisions. And we based on that advice, we amended some of the ways we would implement this, and we've had really great support from the community for taking that additional precaution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councillor Wright?
Thank you.
Hi, thank you very much. Dr. Skor, I'm glad to see that the vaccination rates are coming up, and I'm just wondering, what's this, for the 5 to 11-year-old bracket, what are those vaccination rates at?
Give me a second, I gotta try to find my notes. Across Edmonton, or so I can't remember if these are Alberta specific or Edmonton numbers. Just give me a second. So with across Alberta, the population in the age group 5 to 11, of those that have had one dose, it's at 42.5%. And remember, this program was started about 8 weeks ago, so those individuals would just be coming up on eligibility for their second dose, I think this week. So 42.5% is lower than the next age bracket. So the next age bracket has 80.7% of 2 doses, and that's the 12 to 14 age population. This is all on the Government of Alberta COVID Information Statistics website. So getting the immunizations coverage increased in that 5 to 11 population is being actively done. So messaging with parents, messaging with groups to be able to make that decision to have your child protected against COVID-19. It's a safe, very effective, and easy mechanism to be able to be protected. And so that work is underway to help increase that immunization coverage rate as well.
Because I'm just wondering, with so many of our city employees that have children in school, you know, and if they're having to take time off for, you know, symptoms or positive COVID cases. I'm just wondering if the province is looking at, or if the city is looking at providing the vaccination opportunities in the schools. A news item this weekend I noticed was, I think it's Newfoundland, Labrador, their vaccination rate in that age bracket was about 74%, and they attributed it to being done in the schools. So any plans on that?
I think all of those are being discussed actively right now. And it does have to be a balance, because we're very limited on staff for all of our core activities, but this is, and yes, I think all of ourselves have either know someone or have personally been affected by having a young one be on isolation, and getting those immunization coverage within this age group is something that's of critical importance. But yeah, I think all of those things are on the table and being very actively discussed right now.
And I would just
Excellent.
add, Councillor, that we have constantly assured AHS that we're ready, willing, and able to provide any city facility for vaccination, whether it's a recreation facility or some of our other pieces. So they know that, and I think again gets to uptake. I will say though that what we're seeing around the city is it is not difficult to get a vaccination appointment in a relatively quick time, no matter which shot it is. So the access is wide and available throughout the city.
That's good, but it's also the access for the parents to be able to take time off work or coordinate it within their own schedule as well too. So, and thank you to administration for getting those masks out to the schools as well. I think that was a great move. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. My question is largely for administration, but Dr. Sikora, always welcome your insight. So, Mr. Corbell, I'm wondering if you can tell us a bit more about the wastewater kind of monitoring. It went by fairly fast, but how frequently are we testing? And if you can just share a bit more.
Yeah, I think I'm going to defer to Ms. Poirier on that. I think she or anyone else she would like.
Thank you for that question. I think it's best if Dr. Sikora answers that, as they're the ones that are primarily using that tool and sharing the information with administration.
Sure, I'll give it a shot. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Tang. So wastewater testing has been a system that's been implemented in many of our provinces across Canada, and in partnership with many of our wastewater treatment plants and operators across the province of Alberta. Of course, our Alberta Health and Government of Alberta partners have been very active in helping support this particular intervention, or this particular innovation. It's been in place for the better part of a year, and it's been able to monitor waves 3, 4, and 5 over time. Our partners at Alberta Precision Laboratories and the Provincial Laboratory for Public Health are very expert in helping refine what the testing parameters are for this. At present, they sample in the city of Edmonton, anyhow, in collaboration with EPCOR several times a week, have averaged samples and help present this in a mechanism that's publicly available. So both Alberta Health is reporting the wastewater testing numbers. And then there's a Center for Health Informatics at the University of Calgary that actually presents very, very fancy graphs, very easy to understand. So we see this rapid rise in COVID-19, specifically Omicron variant over this wave 5. You see that rapid rise. It's sitting somewhere around a plateau at this point. I think the last data point I saw was January 17th. There may be an updated one, but it's very representative of what is occurring in our community settings overall.
That's great. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was more of a city and EPCOR kind of, but anyways, it's good to know about the coordinated system there. I was wondering about the ECRC, the Community Rapid Response Collaborative. I had understood that the decision to conclude that was made prior to Omicron. And sort of given this rise, well, given the current wave, I was wondering, is there any discussion about restating it? I've heard lots of good things about programs like this in the community.
Yeah, Councillor, I think it's a good idea for us to consider. I think some of that was originally an initiative from the province and supported with some resources from the province. But I think as we look at the next couple of days and weeks, we may want to reconsider that. So it's something worthy for us to take away. And I don't know if Ms. Poirier wants to add anything.
Yeah, essentially the funding for the Community Rapid Response Collaborative was provided by the province of Alberta. There was a number of groups that came together in that collaborative, and it was a significant amount of work. They have concluded the actual work of the COVID response piece. However, all of those agencies continue to provide support and information as people connect in with those various agencies. So food, for example, is still provided through the food bank. There's a number of other agencies working with many of the immigrant communities, the faith leaders, et cetera, et cetera. So the collaborative itself is no longer continuing, but the work is still continuing in some of those areas.
Yeah,
Less
that's
coordinated.
great. Yeah, that's great to hear. And I had wondered about the, the provincial funding, but these folks have developed the infrastructure, and at least I'm glad to see that that's kind of sustained at the community level. Any way to kind of help to coordinate that, I think, is always good. My last question has to do with, I think early this year, we donated some masks to schools. Well, not obligated, but I understood that we had the supply and capacity to do that. I'm wondering if there's similar conversations with childcare providers.
That's a good question. I don't know if we have. Ms. Parry, do you know if that's happened? And if not, we can check into it.
Yeah, we'll have to check into that. I know that earlier we had provided some not-for-profit organizations with some masks when we had a surplus available, but we'll definitely look into that and see what is possible and what remains available.
Yeah. The one issue I'd have, Councillor, is that those masks are essentially for city employees. When we have surplus, we share them, but I think with childcare providers, the sizes might be an issue because we don't, we're not in the habit of ordering the small sizes for our employees for obvious reasons.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it would be for staff.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is for Dr. Sikora. The boosters, at this time, the boosters are only available for adults, is that correct?
At this point, yes.
And I believe some youth under 18 would be eligible for boosters at this point, but it's not available for them. Is that right?
I think those approvals are still working through the Health Canada federal process for the 12 to 17 age group. Jurisdictions around the world have taken different approaches to this. Our usual approach in the Canadian environment is to await the Health Canada recommendations around both use and both approval for use, but also recommendations for use in youth around that particular age category. So we're still waiting in the provincial environment.
Okay, that's great. Thanks. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe, and thank you, Dr. Sikora. I absolutely appreciate the work you're doing in helping us. And thank you, Mr. Corbold, and your team as well, right? So our mask bylaw will continue to be in effect, and you will continue to monitor the impact of this on our employees and frontline services, and you explore opportunities on masks, right? If we have surplus, then you will look partnering with that. So thank you for all the work. So we have no more questions on this, and we need to move to accept this report for information, Madam Clerk. Right. Would anyone move that we accept this report for information?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Tang, seconded by?
Second.
Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright. Okay, please vote.
Councillor Jans, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we go to our second item, which is 8.6, Station Lands Downtown Community Revitalization Levy, motion pending from Councillor Stevenson. Before we go to that item, I just want to take a moment to thank Stephanie McCabe and her team for working very diligently and hard over the last number of days since Wednesday. And they've been working overtime on this, and they've been working on the weekend, and they have been very open and available for council members to ask their questions on this matter. So I really want to convey on behalf of council our deepest appreciation to her and her team, and to you as well, Mr. Corbold. It's amazing how responsive and nimble our teams are, and don't shy away from working weekends as well, right? When we force them to do so, right? Cool. Okay. All right. Okay, over to Councillor Stevenson to introduce the item, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And, I echo your thank you to administration and also to all of you, my colleagues on City Council, for engaging on this issue and working to provide clarity moving forward. So thank you all. I know you were all working very hard over the weekend to get up to speed on this. So I really appreciate the opportunity today to introduce this motion and speak a bit more about it. I think my reasons for bringing it forward, as set forward in my memo, I hope provided some clarity around the reasons I'm bringing it forward and the key points I wanted to make around the merits of what I see the proposal being. Since making the notice of motion last week, I have heard from hundreds of Edmontonians who share some of my concerns about the significant amount of public investment that's going into this project and the type of infrastructure that we're investing in. I've also heard from some members of the development and business community as well.
Councillor Stevenson, can I stop you for a minute? We need a seconder for the...
Sure.
Can please somebody seconding this?
So moved, Mr. Mayor. Councillor
Councillor
Jansen.
Jan seconded. Sorry about that. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so in terms of the letters from the development and business community, what has stood out to me is that I haven't heard a strong defense of the merits of the agreement. Instead, what I've heard is a focus on the procedural aspects. So I thought I'd just spend a bit of time speaking to that just briefly and really wanting to leave as much time as possible for further conversation and questions. So yeah, we've certainly heard that there's concern over reversing this decision that would create instability. And that's certainly a concern that we should take seriously. It's one that I have investigated and spoken to various people in the development industry about, and is one that I'm feeling comfortable with. But for context, I just wonder if it's important for us, I think, to remember that rather than seeing this as a reversal of a decision, I think rather the borrowing bylaw is a checkpoint. It's a checkpoint along a decision process. And it's really for us to decide as a new council to continue moving in the same direction as a previous council or to make a different decision based on new information. So some things have changed since that decision was made in June. We've seen the success of the economic recovery grant downtown. We've seen that there's other development that's happening in our core with a much lower public dollar contribution. We've also learned, and I'll be asking for a bit more detail about this, just that the original costings for the pedway may increase. So there's a bit more cost uncertainty about what the total price may be. And we do also have a new mandate from Edmontonians through the election. So again, I think it's just worthwhile that we consider this as again a decision point in a succession of decision-making processes, and look forward to further conversation and your questions. Thanks to you all again very much for taking this on.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Well, I almost promoted you. Thank you, Mayor Slee, for the opportunity, and thanks for the motion, Councillor Stevenson. So I guess my first question is perhaps to administration and perhaps to the clerk more specifically. And that is this motion in order? We have just finished a budget conversation and deliberation. And typically we have all of these kinds of conversations as part of a budget conversation. And once we've decided to do something, and once we've decided on a funding approach, the bylaw is really just a finalization of the amounts and approval to go ahead and seek that financing. So first question is this even in order to be having this conversation, considering we just came out of a fairly robust and lengthy budget conversation?
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So yes, I will say that the motion is actually in order while you did just finish budget. As the councillor has already indicated, this is after an election, and so there is a point in time where this motion, or I'll say additional direction can be provided. So yes, for clarity, the motion is in order.
And I concur with that as city manager, councillor.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to belabor that. I will then ask administration then. I don't think, it's my understanding that administration's recommendation that was made at in the August 2021 meeting has not changed. The recommendation that led to the motions being approved in that meeting. So I'm wondering if it would be in order then, Mayor Sohi, for administration to present again the presentation that was made in that August meeting, simply to kind of get us all on the same basis of understanding and establish a baseline of what it is we're actually talking about, pledges and promises made, and the motions actually passed.
I think that's a great idea, Councillor Cartmel, because it will allow us to have kind of background information, and also will have all council members at a somewhat level understanding, equal understanding of all the different aspects of this decision, because this is a very, very significant decision for our city at many, many levels, right? So I think if council agrees with that, I just need a nod from council members. We can come back to Councillor Wright and other council members later on. I can go to administration now if everyone feels okay that they can provide us with the context and a little bit background of this on this matter.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. And I will state that our recommendation has not changed, Councillor Cartmel, and I'll ask Ms. McCabe to do the same presentation that has been done previously.
Thank you, Mr. Colrold. Is somebody, thank you, I see the presentation's been pulled up. So this is the exact presentation that was given back in June of 2021, because the recommendation hasn't changed. And so it's not an updated presentation, but it'll lay the land of the information that was provided to council back then. So our presentation today will describe an opportunity to invest in our downtown. It will be an investment in our continued transformation downtown, and to provide multiple high-quality amenity spaces in the downtown. The city had started high-level conversations with Qualico back in 2019 with respect to this development. And recently, at that time in June, the developer had applied for the 2021 Edmonton Economic Incentive Grant Program, which at that point added urgencies to these discussions. Administration is recommending the city invest in a number of projects that will spark the redevelopment of a large, prominent downtown site, contribute to downtown recovery and vibrancy, create new amenity spaces and improve streetscapes, and support jobs. Next slide, please. Qualico is the developer of a large site in downtown Edmonton known as Station Lands. It's located north of City Hall and the Royal Alberta Museum, with the boundary of the Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Area, or a CRL. The EPCOR office building was completed on site in 2012, but the remainder of the site has remained undeveloped. Qualico has developed a plan for a site that would ultimately see multiple towers with a mix of uses constructed on the site. It could accommodate as many as 5,000 residents and employees. As an initial phase, Qualico has an approved development permit for 2 towers, which includes 485 residential towers as well as commercial space. Qualico estimates this initial phase represents about $184 million of investment and will create up to 1,000 full-time equivalent jobs. The ultimate build-out could include an additional $657 million of investment, for a total investment in our city of $840 million. This development will also enhance connections between the downtown and Chinatown, connect to the 105th Avenue bike corridor, and provide more publicly accessible open spaces in the core. Next slide. As part of the implementation of the plan and vision, Qualico approached administration seeking city investments in public realm improvements and connections to public transit, which would help advance their development. The discussions with Qualico have focused on 2 main areas, and the third the streetscapes, administration recommended the third component of it. First, the publicly accessible amenity spaces located on the station land sites and streetscape and bike improvements on 105 Avenue. These improvements will be phased alongside the development of the site. Second, an extension of the pedway network from Churchill LRT station to the station land site with a connection to the Royal Alberta Museum partway. Administration also sees significant opportunities to enhance the above-grade connections and streetscape between the site and the civic precinct, which by improving the 103A Avenue to complement the pedway development. Next slide, please. The amenity spaces proposed by Qualico would advance the goals of the Capital City Downtown Plan, the Downtown Public Spaces Plan, and are consistent with the green and walkable catalyst projects included in the downtown CRL. They'll provide a variety of open spaces and improve linkages between downtown and Chinatown. Most of these spaces would be privately owned, but public access would be assured through agreements that are currently being negotiated and would be usable by many community groups. These spaces could include landscaping, children's play areas, performance stages, and water features. Qualico has estimated these spaces associated with the current phase of station lands could cost $10.6 million. Amenity spaces with future phases of the development are estimated to cost $13.7 million. This includes $6.5 million for improvements to 105 Avenue. Really important to note, the city contribution would be only for enhanced improvements, which are over and above standard requirements and or provide public amenity value. This is a negotiation that is currently underway. Any payment would occur only once development takes place. The maximum total city contribution would be $24.3 million, which is currently under negotiation, and this would depend on Qualico proceeding with future phases. Of this amount, up to $17.8 million for privately owned spaces would be considered a grant, which would not be eligible for borrowing. Next slide, please. The pedway proposed in this report would run under 99th Street and 103A Avenue, which would connect Churchill LRT station to the station land site. A pedway at this location was considered as part of the Galleria project, also known as the Edmonton Downtown Academic and Cultural Center, and the map shown here is taken from that project. At the time, a shell of the pedway was constructed in the area north of 103A Avenue. This work was funded by the city. Now, we know that pedways are controversial and decisions regarding their construction are not easy. Our plans acknowledge that pedways can detract from vibrancy by creating negative microclimates, blocking vistas, and by pulling pedestrians away from street level. But administration has considered these many trade-offs. The pedway will provide a convenient link from a major mixed-use development and the Royal Alberta Museum to the Churchill LRT station. It also provides an opportunity to expand the downtown district energy system, which is a sustainable solution for building heating and cooling. And Qualico is willing to commit to accommodating the system and continuing to explore the possibility to connect future phases of their development to the district energy system. And there's a feasibility study that is currently underway that will help inform this. The developer has indicated that the pedway is required to unlock this land and move forward. The pedway has been a go or no-go decision for Qualico. The project would create short-term construction jobs and facilitate the development of the major downtown site. Qualico has estimated that completing the pedway will cost $26.5 million. Currently, this project is not eligible for CRL funding and will require amendment to the CRL plan, which I'll explain in a moment. Next slide, please. Administration has recommended the green and walkable improvements to 103 Avenue to balance the impact of the pedway and to enhance this prominent corridor and create connections to the civic precinct. This could include things like wider sidewalks, more trees, enhanced lighting, and quality street furniture. This was not part of Qualico's proposal, but administration suggests it would further contribute to the success of the area. It would be eligible for funding through the downtown CRL and could cost up to 20 million. Next slide, please. The amenity areas and the 103A Avenue streetscape are eligible CRL expenses as they fall within the scope of the Green and Walkable Downtown Catalyst project as described in the Capital City Downtown Revitalization Levy bylaw and associated plan. However, the pedway is not eligible for downtown CRL funding as it's not listed as a catalyst project. In order for this to happen, the CRL bylaw had to be amended, which has happened. And it went to public hearing and has already gone through that process. The CRL is now at the province for approval, and we are awaiting the response. And we know that the response is coming very shortly, and then the borrowing bylaw will be back to council in March or April for the procedural component of the borrowing bylaw. Next slide, please. In our annual updates on CRL finances, administration pledges to only propose additional CRL spending if there is sufficient financial capacity. And in this case, the financial impacts to the CRL depend on a number of variables, most notably the pace at which Qualico develops future phases of station lands and the timing and amount of city contributions. That said, administration is confident that the CRL has sufficient financial capacity to fund the recommendations in this report. And in the report, we share one plausible scenario where if Qualico develops their phase 1 development plus one additional building during the life of the CRL, we project that this could generate an estimated 51 million in CRL revenue. If the total cost to the city is the maximum recommended amount, it results in a $78 million in expenses, including borrowing costs. We have also reduced our allowances for future projects to reflect the costs of the 103A Avenue and 105A Avenue green and walkable improvements. Therefore, the net change at the end of the CRL period, the 20-year period, is minimal. Thank you, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you so much for that. Before I go to questions, one issue that has been raised by a lot of emails that we are getting from the public is that why this money is not being used for affordable housing. I think we could benefit from your comments on that before we go to questions to council.
So a few things to consider, Mr. Mayor, in that affordable housing isn't identified in the CRL. And the reason for that is because the CRL was set up to catalyze private investment. That is the way that administration has looked at the CRL bylaw, with the idea that when you catalyze private investment, especially in our downtown where it's 1% of the land mass and 9% of the tax base, if you're able to increase the amount of general revenue in the long run, because you have more development, then council has more general revenue that they could direct to affordable housing if that was the will of council.
So CRL doesn't allow us to use, CRL bylaw doesn't allow us to use CRL revenue to pay for affordable housing, but the general revenue, once the CRL is over, then that can be used for affordable housing, right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much for that. Okay, I will go to Councillor Cartmel. Councillor, you had a few minutes left in your time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So maybe just a couple points of clarification, Ms. McCabe. So it's my understanding, first of all, that the public contribution is capped. So there is a cap, at least on the pedway element of city spending, of public spending. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's 26.5 million. And what was identified in the report that went forward and the understanding that we have with Qualico right now is anything, if the pedway costs at checkpoint 3 come in above 26.5 million, that will be a negotiation with Qualico about how those additional costs are paid for. And we would return to council with recommendations on that.
Okay, so we have a hard cap. There's, I guess, the potential that a negotiation would see potentially a bit more spending, but that's not a necessary an assumed outcome. And I just maybe just on the question of pedways and public realms, it was council's decision ultimately to add the other public realm improvements that surround this conversation. So the streetscape improvements on 130 Ave, the streetscape improvements on 105th Ave. Those are not critical elements to Qualico proceeding. That is what the city has decided is critical to see the public realm around this property enhanced. Do I have that correct?
That's correct.
Do we have a sense of when the full build out is scheduled, or what the plan calls for for the full build out? Do we have a sense of what Qualico's schedule is on that?
I don't have that information right in front of me. Does somebody on the line have that? I'll follow up with that, Councillor.
That's fine. Yeah, I think we'll have a few rounds here, so that's okay. Now, I guess I want to talk a little bit about the pedway. So maybe let's dig into it for just a moment. Like, what is it about pedways that they're generally regarded as controversial or not the most desired public realm element? Can you speak to that for a moment?
Mainly because they detract from street level vibrancy. And there's also some belief that there can be not a safe way to move around your city because they have detracted from street life vibrancy.
Okay, I'm out of time. I'll come back for another round. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So just following up on Councillor Cartmel's question about the, or in regards to the cap of the 26.5, if it did increase beyond that and got council approval, would it then have to go back to the province for further approval?
No, it would not. So the anything that's above and beyond the 26.5 will be a negotiation with the developer. And then we return to council at checkpoint 3 with administration's recommendation about how that's funded, and the province would have no role to play in that process.
Okay. And I know there's been some concern about reversing the decision because of our municipal election, and Edmontonians, I think, mandate to see some change. What about the risk of the upcoming provincial election? Do we anticipate that we would get this approval from the province before then, or is that putting another layer of risk on it?
I don't think so. We're anticipating that we would see this approval from the province in the coming weeks or even month. So it's very soon that we would see that approval from the province.
Okay. And then my other concern was with the public engagement. It indicated in your original report that none was undertaken.
Not at this point, but there will be. So as part of the design of the pedway, and perhaps Mr. Loughlin could speak to the public engagement process for a capital project, there will be. There also will be, Qualico is committed to do some public engagement as part of the design of the public amenity spaces. And then if there was any rezonings that would come in, there would be public engagement as part of that as well.
And would council then have the opportunity, based on that public engagement, to come back to bring this motion forward?
That wouldn't be my recommendation, because this project would be well underway in terms of the construction would be well underway if it goes forward. I'm not sure I understand, Councillor.
Okay. I would hesitate going forward with this, with continuing with the CRL as was approved before the election, just because the public engagement that I had while campaigning was concerns expressed by Edmontonians in Ward Squamish-Tappy that there was too many concessions given to downtown special tax considerations. And I'm not sure whether Ward Squamish-Tappy residents would be on side with this. And perhaps that's why they have given us, I think, an overwhelming request for change with the election, with so many new councillors on board.
Councillor, I understand that perspective in terms of it appears that there's a lot of support for the downtown. But what I would say is one of the things for your city is protecting the investment in the downtown actually helps the entire city. There's nowhere else in our city where it's 1% of the land mass and 9% of the tax base. And this type of investment in your downtown perhaps could get you to 11% of your tax base, which gives you more general revenue for the entire city as a whole. In addition, I think I'd also add that when the CRL was developed and the capital city downtown plans were developed, there was extensive engagement with Edmontonians in the development of those plans. And Station Lands was identified as a major development node within those plans.
And when was that engagement done? Sorry.
Could somebody please answer on when the engagement was done on the downtown capital city plan? I'll have to get that for you and circle back. Go ahead.
I'm going to weigh in, Stephanie, and suggest that since the city plan was approved in 2020, that engagement was taking place between 2017 and 2019.
Rough enough estimate for me. Thanks very much, Ms. Owen. Okay, I will come back maybe for a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson, you introduced the item, but you haven't had the chance to ask questions to admin. So I'll go to you.
Thank you. Yeah, just want to follow up on a few pieces. So just relating to my understanding of the CRL and the health of the CRL. So the attachment that was provided with the June 14th report, so I believe this is attachment 4 of that report. The very last line of this table shows that in every scenario, other than scenario 1, the high scenario, the CRL ends its lifetime in 2034 in a deficit. Is that a correct reading of that table?
That is a correct reading of the table, Councillor, but what I would say is that the analysis that you're looking at that table includes the streetscape improvements on 103A Avenue as well as 103A and 105 Avenue, which would have been projects that would have been included as part of Green and Walkable. So it is a little bit more nuanced than that they all end in deficit based on this project.
Oh, and not necessarily just this project alone. Like it just looks like our unfunded capital projects in terms of what we have left to fund in the original CRL vision currently exceeds what our projections are for the CRL, if in any case other than the high scenario.
And the work that administration was doing this year is to look at the unfunded projects in the CRL. We've seen a lot of development in our downtown, which is really exciting. But as a result of that, it is time for us to take a look at the list of unfunded projects. And I'm not sure we would recommend all of those unfunded projects as is. So that is why we were comfortable at this point advancing Station Lands with the idea that we would rethink the remaining projects and continue to look at what we would recommend in order to continue to see development in our downtown.
Okay, so we would be having a comprehensive conversation about what the critical investments are that are needed downtown, but we would commit to the pedway before having that more holistic conversation.
That's correct.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think that's for me, it's just that opportunity cost as well, that there are other things that we potentially need in our downtown, and just wondering if, knowing again that the CRL, I think it's sort of seen that it's unlimited money. We have a really healthy balance, which is I don't think the case that we do have to pick and choose which projects we're investing. And again, if I can just confirm, if there is a deficit in the CRL, in 12 years' time, that would roll over into tax supported debt. Is that correct?
That's correct. And administration, just to be very clear, does not see the CRL as unlimited money. We see it as an opportunity for strategic investment into our downtown to protect our long-term tax base.
And that comment was not directed at administration. I think it's my own mentality. I think it's a general in discourse. I think we see it as, we as the public and lay people who aren't examining this in great detail all the time. It sort of has that, I think, aura around it. So I just want to be really clear that, again, there are other investments in the downtown that have been identified that we have not invested in yet, and that by our current projections, we don't have adequate funding in the CRL to cover those expenses. Then just following up on the question around affordable housing. So yeah, I appreciate that the current CRL as written doesn't include provision for investment in affordable housing. But my understanding is that affordable housing is one of the things that a CRL can be used for, and we could apply to the province for an amendment to our CRL to enable us to make those investments. Is that correct?
That is correct. However, when the downtown CRL was set up, it was set up with a strategic look towards catalyzing private investment to increase the revenue in the long term in our downtown.
Yeah, and I certainly don't disagree with that premise. I think that what we've seen since the CRL was first established was that housing and homelessness has become a critical issue in our downtown, and one that I believe is deterring private investment right now. And the potential, for me, those aren't incompatible. I think investing in affordable housing helps spur private investment as well. So I'm not asking questions. I apologize. Just another clarification on the pedway. The image that was shown on the slide just now and that was included in the June report, it shows a public access point sort of in front of the CN Tower where the current transit station currently is. Can I confirm that that has been removed from the designs and it's now wholly underground until the Qualico lands?
Ms. Petrin, are you on the line or?
I don't know the specific details of that extra connection that you're referring to, Councillor, but we can pull that map back up and provide some clarity on that.
Great, happy to circle back. Thank you for the responses.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my first question is, what are the implications if we ended the CRL early?
The CRL is an opportunity to continue to catalyze private investment and will increase the tax revenue within our city in the long run. I think ending the CRL early would result in a reduction in private investment in our downtown. It would result in a reduction in the number of enhanced amenity spaces in our downtown, as well as a reduction in the enhanced streetscaping improvements in our downtown, which have all led to increased investment, making the pedestrian and biking environment better for people in our downtown, have supported small and large scale businesses as a result of that investment.
I'm sorry, what would be the financial implications in terms of revenue for the city if we ended the CRL early?
Ms. Padbury?
So that question is a little bit difficult to answer from the perspective that I'm actually not sure what you mean by end the CRL early.
Right. I think what I'm trying to get at is just because there's money in the CRL doesn't mean that we are required to spend all of it, right?
Correct, but remember that the CRL actually spends the money first and collects it later. And so if you don't let your CRL finish, you could end up in a worse position by creating a deficit that requires general revenues to cover the CRL. Right. So I guess just clarify what you mean by end the CRL early.
Yeah, maybe I'll come at this a different way. So we could come up with another catalyst project, such as affordable housing or bonusing or something like that, and apply to the province for that to be a catalyst project. If a pedway can be considered, surely affordable housing could be considered.
And we're not suggesting that affordable housing couldn't be considered. That would need to be an amendment to the current capital city, to the current CRL. And at our, and I've said the strategic approach to the downtown CRL really was to enhance or to catalyze private investment in our downtown. And I think we've seen that. I think we've seen a lot of benefit from the investment in our downtown. And so it's if that was the further will of council for any remaining revenue in the CRL to look at that, it could be. But we've got a large scale investment that's going to be made in our downtown, 184 million in phase one and 840 million for full build out. And so this fits the strategic direction of the CRL.
Thank you. And I mean, Qualco wants to de-risk their investment, and I'm concerned as well about What are the actual commitments? I heard it could tie into district energy. Doesn't mean it will. It could mean multiple buildings, or it may just be one. The last thing I want is to spend 26 million on a pedway that becomes a stranded asset, or it becomes a linkage to merely one building. That's a very, very expensive 39 million on 184 million is not a good return on investment for the taxpayer. So I wonder, can we actually get can we get the commitments, the actual commitments of what the public money is we guarantee it is going to, that we can have confidence that this is a sound investment?
I have confidence this is a sound investment in our downtown. Within the life of the CRL, when you remove the streetscaping projects, by 2034, the end of the CRL, the station lands development will pay for itself with only one tower, with the tower that currently has a development permit and a building permit that's being reviewed right now, but they have paid for components of that building permit. They also have demo permits lined up. So I'm confident that it'll pay for itself within the time to 2034. If one more tower comes on, there'll be increased revenue of $2.4 million per year for that additional tower. That revenue will first go to the CRL for the life of the CRL, and then that revenue will go into our taxes every year after 2034. The first tower that goes on is 2.1 million into tax revenue after 2034.
So there's no commitment to the district energy.
So I will tell you the three commitments. First, there's the commitment on the city side for the pedway for a ceiling of 26.4 million. There is a commitment for only, and this is a negotiation that's currently underway. There's many negotiations that are currently underway. The second one is for the publicly accessible spaces within the development. And we are negotiating with the developer right now, and there's a ceiling on that of 24.3 million. And we'll make sure that they are that public access is available. And we're also looking at what's an enhanced standard and what's not an enhanced standard through that development. So that's a negotiation that's currently underway. Right now, there's an MOU signed to look at district energy. And there's a feasibility study, which will return to council. When the feasibility study is complete, at that point, council could look at the mechanisms for any additional towers or development that occurs in station land for how it ties to district energy. But without that feasibility study and without the pedway in order to create that connection point, it would make it very challenging for district energy to go into station lands.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sohi. So just want to seek out some clarification on the financials as well, and just, build off of what Ms. McCabe was saying there. So my understanding is that the break-even point for the 26.5 million for the pedway is by the end of the 12 years. If we do, is it one or two towers, Ms. McCabe? Because my understanding is that in terms of the development build-out, it would be podium with two towers around 300 units each. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the break-even point within 1 million.
Okay. And sorry, the break-even point is if they build both towers as part of that pedway, or as part of that podium.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, and I guess if Qualico decides to build sort of one of the two towers that are part of that podium, and maybe decides to hold off for, 3-4 years, depending on absorption, market conditions for the second part of that tower, what position does that place us in for breaking even?
That would change the financials, obviously, but right now, maybe Ms. Petrin could speak to what they have a permit in for now, so that we're all on the exact same page of what's being built, what's being proposed in phase one.
So the phase one consists of a podium, and there are two towers on top of the podium. And that is what the current development proposal or the current approved development permit is for. And that includes the expansion of the underground parkade to support that expansion.
Okay, and that's for 504 units, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So that is the break even within 2034. Anything additional built after that will result in an increased return for the city.
Right. Okay. Because I guess just what I'm struggling with, I recognize that when it comes to these large scale projects, often they are done in stages and phases, and I think that something in the back of my mind is absolutely they're ready to go on that first tower as part of the podium, but I guess I'm wondering what is a typical delay in terms of absorption for going to that second tower, and does that place us in a precarious position? Does that enhance our exposure on the financial side? Or I guess, is there surety that if their development permit is in for the full 504 units, 2 towers, 1 podium, that they are going to follow through on that?
They will. Go ahead, Ms. Petrin.
Oh, sorry, Ms. McCabe. We can assume that the development permit is with a podium and 2 towers. So construction of the podium will begin. They'll likely start with construction of the first tower and then move to the second.
Okay, thank you for those answers. And I guess just another, broader question, recognizing this is very, very far along, and these discussions that I'm about to ask about probably should have been had, a year ago. But were there discussions around cost sharing arrangements in earlier negotiations? I'm thinking similar to terms that were negotiated for stadium yards, for example, where the developer was actually reimbursed out of the CRL upon evidence of tax uplift.
There were, but at the very beginning, the Pedway has been a go or no go decision for Qualico. So that's a go or no go in terms of a potential $840 million investment in our downtown. And there is some risk sharing there with the ceiling on the $26.5 million, which is a negotiation that's currently underway. There's also a negotiation that's currently underway in terms of the publicly accessible amenity areas. That is also a ceiling, and we need to look at what's an enhanced standard and what's not an enhanced standard. There's also a third negotiation that's currently underway, and that's with district energy. We need the feasibility study complete, and then we'll continue to look at how we expand the district energy system into station lands.
Okay, great. And I had another question about district energy, but that was covered. So I guess connection to Chinatown in particular, looking at the north side of the site, one of the things that I think is really important is that this actually does provide that really fantastic connectivity north-south. If you could just speak a little bit about opportunities for that discussion going forward, is there flexibility as to what that will look like to ensure equitable public access?
Absolutely, there is. For sure, we would want to make sure that we create that activation.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. I will yield the rest of my 15 seconds. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang?
I thought I was behind Councillor Principe.
Oh, sorry.
No, Councillor Principe withdrew her name, so the list as presented is correct.
Okay, Councillor Tang.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation and for so much of the work done to clarify and sharing of the information. I want to continue on the thread of district energy a little bit. How many district energy projects do we have in the city? That's the question.
Councillor Tang, it's Adam Lachlan. We've got 1 active in Blatchford, and we've got 1 developing in the downtown. This would be part of the downtown. So 2, 1 underway, and 1 currently being designed and implemented as part of the Woodsphere project.
Right. And I know, while there's a feasibility study underway, what are some broad factors that needs to line up for a district energy to work? If I remember correctly from the Utilities Committee presentation, density is a major factor. Can you just speak to that a little bit?
I think a big component of a successful district energy system is the number of users. So making sure that as your system expands, that you've got as many using the system as possible to ensure that you're optimizing the initial investment with the return that you would get from those utility users, so to speak.
And so based on the presentation and the material shared, that this isn't just any Pedway. This Pedway serves a very important utility corridor function as well.
It absolutely can. Just logistically, district energy systems, the piping is very large, and trying to accommodate that within existing infrastructure footprints becomes very challenging. When you have the opportunity to leverage a pedway, you actually create some space that is essentially pre-committed for that large piping system.
And projects like the district energy is aligned with our energy transition plan.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much. Just switching gears a little bit, following on the thread from Councillor Wright around community engagement. Well, I understand there's some, major engagement done on the capital city plan and the city plan, but there's lots of informal conversations going on all the time. So, Ms. McCabe, can you share a little bit about feedback, perhaps from the non-business community?
I don't have specific feedback from the non-business community in terms of the development of station lands, but perhaps the project team could add to that if they have some information on that. It is done on a case-by-case basis, and I would say overall what we've heard even from the non-business community is downtown vibrancy is important for everybody in Edmonton to create an Edmonton that's inclusive for all Edmontonians, and this project does contribute to downtown vibrancy.
Thank you. And I was wondering if you can walk us through just a little bit of the broader timeline. EPCOR was finished in 2011, but can you talk a little bit about sort of the initial impetus for this entire vision?
So this project, I would say, takes us back to at least 1998. In terms of that's when the rail yard ceased operations in our downtown. And it then goes back to the EPCOR Tower in 2008, which was built. I believe initial planning for the site started in the year 2000. And so this has been a project that's been underway for quite some time. And projects like this, in terms of this scale of development, with the challenges of this site, don't happen overnight. In terms of their planning, in terms of when the market's right for them, in terms of, actually I'll just end there.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So in other words, that even if we wanted to switch gears and to explore other opportunities, given that, this is a go or no go decision for Qualico, even then it will still take many, many years to realize any kind of fruition.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, the developer is saying that the entire site could build out within 10 years, but that's really going to be based on market forces. And if we look at the time frame between EPCOR Tower and this next tower coming online, that's 2008 to 2022. And so things like this opportunity, this $184 million investment opportunity in our city don't come along every single day.
Yeah, and I thank you for sort of illustrating the magnitude of the timeline of this initiative. I'll come around for a second.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe, for council for these great questions. I do have a few questions. We've talked about the development of the towers and ultimately, ideally 5 built over time, and we said, it's really market driven. But right now, the indicators of the markets are that condos are not selling, right? It's super suppressed. So can you speak to, in the current context, is this realistic?
So administration has been updating its revenue projections for the 20-year span of each CRL, and we do that on an annual basis. That work has been happening in the background. And the downtown CRL revenue projection is still steady from the last year, with a small increase attributed to the inclusion of the station lands development. So I really see this as a continued investment in our downtown to protect that overall tax base and protect the tax base of the downtown.
Okay, and you mentioned in another response to another councillor that you've seen the benefits of the CRL, the downtown CRL specifically already. Could you talk to some of the benefits you've seen from our investments to date that you mentioned? Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, for sure. The ICE District is an example of an investment that was made in the downtown, and that investment was also a public-private partnership in terms of, maybe that's not the right word, sorry, I shouldn't use that word, but I should say there was a city contribution to the ICE district as well. And we've seen substantial development in that area. We've also seen improved enhancements on Jasper Avenue in terms of the pedestrian and cycling environment as two major examples, I think, that you can point to from the CRL.
Okay, and then another question I had is, you mentioned sort of that guarantee of public amenity spaces. And I do have a caution flag on that one, just in terms of how do we actually ensure that that's something that once these are built, that those because I think there's a lot of tension often between public-private spaces. And I could see very much, we say, okay, there's a public park space, but the people that are living in the tower are uncomfortable with some of the people that are using that park space. Does it still stay public? I just really want to know how we're guaranteeing that, and it does how that looks in practice.
Yeah, great question, Councillor. And it's through legal agreements. That's what I mean by there's negotiations still underway. Then we're working with that, and we will absolutely be putting the equity, diversity, and inclusion lens on that legal agreement as we work through it with Qualico, because we want that space to be for all Edmontonians. And just to your question about the market, the Qualico intends for these to be rentals, and there is a demand for rental market still.
Oh, great. That's great. Is there any negotiation or agreement on having any of those rental units be below market value?
Not at this point.
Was that pondered or considered, or has it not been considered or discussed to this point?
I would say it has not been discussed to this point. And that would have been, that's because there's no policy associated with that anymore. That policy has been rescinded. And so there's not the mechanism for the city to collect that, because we found through the audit that policy wasn't very effective at creating below market rentals.
Okay. And my last question, just so I can get some clarity, because I've seen a lot of numbers swirling around. So it's 26.5 million essentially is that hard cap. But then when I saw your presentation, it's another 20 million for that, specifically for the 103A Avenue, correct? So it's really, we're looking at 46.5 million of CRL investment in this overall project. Is that correct?
I mean, say it's just a little bit more nuanced than that. So there's the three investments. The first investment is the pedway, which I think is directly to the Qualico development, the 26.5, although it does offer an access to the RAM as well as a connection that'll be publicly accessible to Churchill LRT station. The second investment is for $24.3 million for the publicly accessible amenity space. That is also a ceiling. And we're currently negotiating that with the developer right now. The third, which was an administration recommendation and would be part of green and walkable regardless in the CRL, is for 103A Avenue and 105 Avenue. They directly benefit the station lands development, but they're not required in order for the station lands development to go or not go. And that is 20 million for 20 million for 103A Avenue. I want to make sure I got that number right. I'm sorry, Councillor. I need to pull up the recommendation in front of me.
Sorry.
Just mindful of time. So
yeah, my apologies. I've got it open right now. Sorry. I'm opening it right now.
I'll go to the next, and then we can circle back with that.
Yeah.
With
okay.
That answer.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So sorry, just a few more of the numbers questions, since there's been a lot tonight. I want to make sure I've fully understood it too as well. So Ms. McCabe, in your responses, what I've understood, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that when we've been talking about the within $1 million scenario, the sort of that payback scenario under the CRL, that is specifically in reference to the $26.4 million for the pedway. Is that correct? or is that all including every number you've just listed? The
It is not
streetscape and
including every number. It's the first two numbers. So
the first two,
it's
sorry.
26.5 for the pedway
Okay.
and the
24
$17.8 million for the public amenity spaces.
Perfect. Okay, so it's those two. That's really helpful. So the two projects that are most directly tied to that one could be paid back. So the other question that I don't think I heard the answer to is that we've talked about their permit that they have issued right now. If that is built out in full, that is where we would see essentially a break even or maybe a net of $1 million. How quickly do they need to make that full build out under the permit to reach that mark? So is it within 5 years, 7 years, 3 years? What's that timeline for build out?
Just going to check if the team has something on that. We know for sure the first tower on the podium is a go and the building permit's underway. And we do anticipate under market conditions, the second tower will follow shortly after that.
That's my guess too. I'd like to know what is our estimated time to reach that payback scenario, essentially, that break even scenario. Generally speaking, I don't.
We've done the analysis on the podium with the two towers, which the break even is at 2034, the end of the CRL.
I guess what I'm saying is that when does that have to be built in order for that payback to hit us at 2034? Do they have to have the full building permit built within 5 years to assume or to realize that break even, or is it 3 years or is it 10 years?
Yeah, I'm just waiting on the team jumping
Sure.
on. Finished in 2024.
So the entire permit, if it was built out by the end of 2024, would help us realize that scenario of a break even, essentially.
That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Appreciate that. And there's a risk to that. I don't want to pass that. So there's, while we are assuming the first piece is getting built and that should be done, we don't have a guarantee that the second part of that currently issued permit will for sure happen by 2024. We're taking a bit of a risk in that scenario, correct?
That's correct. There's always risk to development in terms of market pace, and this opportunity presented itself back in 2019 with the opportunity to continue to catalyze the larger scale investment of $840 million for the entire build out. So that is why administration was comfortable with suggesting to council, and I think council at the time was was comfortable with taking the risk.
Absolutely, yeah, that's helpful.
And Councillor Knack, if I may, I'm sorry.
No,
just
go ahead.
really, what's a core tenet, like a core foundational part of the city plan, is that we have to work as a city in order to attract capital and talent to our city. Capital in particular is even more mobile. And Edmonton isn't necessarily a city that is always looked at for institutional investors to invest in. And this is the type of project where it shows that we've worked, that we're willing to take a risk as well, albeit I think a calculated risk in order to attract more investment to our city. And that is going to continue to be to attract 1 more million people here and 520,000 jobs. That is going to be the work of this council, is to continue to invest, continue to attract investment to our city.
And I'll come back to that point probably in the second round, because we are going to have a broader citywide discussion around what we're willing to invest in infrastructure in order to help entice infill development. So we'll come back to that. My last question just on this numbers piece is that, let's assume, so if we assume that this will materialize as originally approved, that would, in my mind, then eliminate this notion that we're debating between only building affordable housing or funding private investment. If this actually materializes in the timeline as we're hoping for, that this doesn't take away from that ability for us to ask the province to invest in the remaining CRL money in affordable housing, correct?
No, it doesn't. I would say that strategic work to look at the CRL would help inform that.
Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. My first question is about the public engagement. So what I heard were development of our city plan, the public engagement already happened. is that fair to say the public support for this project going forward is already reflected in the motion and passed last year in 2021 for this project?
There's been extensive engagement for station lands through the development of the Capital City Downtown Plan, which was done in the year 2000. And that plan takes a long time for it to come to fruition. There's also been engagement on a project by project basis. So there'll be public engagement as part of the pedway, and there'll also be Qualico is committed through the design of the amenity spaces to have an engagement component to that as well.
Okay, thank you. So second questions about the thousands of jobs created by this project. So my question is, besides this, from support the economic recovery and growth perspective and for our entire city, and if this project is stopped right now, so what some implementation could be say negatively impact our city's recovery and economic development, specifically after COVID-19?
Well, first of all, I think that this project is creating an investment climate that continues to make Edmonton attractive to institutional investors. The second thing is the first phase has the potential to create 1,000 jobs. And then also, actually, I'll end there, as those are the two big ones.
Okay. So in fact, city council already approved this project going forward for the investment, specifically with CRL financial. And then if we stopped something right now, and how this impact from like investment, business development and investment environment, and for the city to continue to attract more investment into our city to support economic growth and for the city for the long-term perspective.
This, in my opinion, will have a long-term impact, and I think we've heard from some of the business community as well, as if this investment is walked away from, it will send a signal to the investment community about our openness to investment. What's really important to investment is certainty. And a previous council provided the green light on this deal, and the developer has since been spending money in order to advance this project. And so at this point, if this was walked away from, it could mean a longer term, it would take longer for the development to happen in station lands. Therefore, it'll take longer for us to realize the tax revenue associated with that. And I also do think it will say something about our openness to work with business, which is quite often needed for this type of development site. It's quite often needed that private investment and public investment is both needed to start the scale and the challenges associated with the site. And I have heard stories of investors starting to become lukewarm to Edmonton. And so we wouldn't want to continue to create that signal.
Thank you for that. And because that I do concern about, and from economic recovery perspective, and how our city can attract investment to our city to support that city plan and mentioned and like 2 million people like growth, something like that. So that is my third question. The fourth question is about equitable accessibility. And because I heard this project is actually created a connection and between our core downtown and then Chinatown. And from Chinatown perspective, that is very important for the business development as well, and how this could be impact Chinatown, and from business perspective, and also from other safety, from other perspective, and then to reflect our city really implements that equitable accessibility.
Councillor Rice, this project, Station Lands at its full build out, creates an excellent opportunity to create better connections to Chinatown. Right now, the land is undeveloped in many components, and in its full build out will create an absolutely vibrant space. It'll have up to 5,000 people living in it that could support businesses in Chinatown.
Thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Boy, it's like I'm serving in my first term again. So I think we've had these discussions before, Ms. McCabe. have we not?
Yes, Councillor Paquette, many of those discussions were had with the previous council in terms of station lands. Actually, back to many councils. If you go back to the rail yard closing in 1998, that's had probably an impact on four councils. I can't do that math quickly in my head.
No need to. So I'm thinking about this, investment, and from the sounds of it, compared to what we put in, what we're getting out is actually orders of magnitude greater. Am I understanding this correctly? As far as greenhouse gas emission goals, if we can connect district energy, as far as densification, which helps us with those greenhouse gas goals as well as city building. It provides housing, which increases the market so that we have fewer constraints and fewer people drop off the bottom into houselessness. As far as investor surety, so that folks actually want to come and invest in Edmonton. As far as growing business opportunities for folks in Chinatown, as far as equity for people who need a safe space and a warm space to cross during cold winter times or extremely hot times, like on and on. Like we've had this discussion, so I've got an entire encyclopedia of benefits. So my question for you is, based on all of that, are we getting a return on our investment?
Councillor Paquette, I think that's ultimately for council to decide. Administration has recommended this. The previous council decided that yes, this was a good return on your investment. And you're right, we have not been able to look at all of those other benefits associated with downtown revitalization, greenhouse gas reductions, the opportunity to expand our district energy system, which we know needs to expand because there's spare capacity in that system. An additional 5,000 people living in our downtown who can support small and medium business, support all businesses within our downtown, as well as those connections to Chinatown. Administration recommended this because we did believe, because of all of those trade-offs associated with this, and city building is always trade-offs. I acknowledge that these are not easy decisions, and we didn't make this one lightly when we brought this one forward to council either for recommendation. That there are a number of benefits to this project, and we stand by that recommendation we made back in June.
Okay, so are we out of our economic downturn?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Maybe this is a question for Ms. Padbury. Are we out of the economic downturn? Are we for the economy, or is it like all systems go?
I wouldn't say all systems go. I think that there is still some level of risk with the city's recovery.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking about, folks needing good jobs, and this provides those good jobs. It's not full. It's not, they're temporary, which all construction jobs are, but it's construction. So I'm just wondering about that, like just that impact. Any thoughts?
I might just say, Councillor Paquette, that we can influence our economic recovery, as council recently did with the $600 million investment in capital that was approved in budget. So I don't think, my perspective is we don't sort of wait and see what happens. We get positive and we make decisions that could support the economic recovery, and I think this is one of them, along with the other capital investments that have been made by council.
Yeah. Because I understand the intention of this motion, absolutely, but we've got something that's shovel ready. We will get public infrastructure. We'll get a return on the investment in multiple ways. Provides jobs. I'm just trying to sum up these thoughts and what I've been hearing. I guess at the end of the day, I'm just wondering, and maybe you can answer this, so I'll just stop. It just seems to me that council should be moving forward rather than moving back, because having trouble understanding, and maybe I'll keep listening.
Thank you,
Councillor. We lose out here. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, and sorry to interrupt you earlier on. Councillor Stevenson, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I really want to
Point of order. Sorry, when you have a motion on the floor, the councillor who has a motion on the floor can't take the chair, so it would have to go to the next. Sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you for that. And that will be Councillor Salvador. Councillor
Yes, I've got the chair, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. I really want to hone into this issue of affordable housing. Ms. McCabe, the CRL can be amended with the approval of the province to include affordable housing as a category. But my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong on this, that we still cannot fund actual affordable housing through CRL. For example, say Boyle Street brings a proposal to build 200 units of affordable housing in the downtown or supportive housing in the downtown. CRL actually cannot be used to facilitate that development. What we can do is build municipal infrastructure to enable that development to take place. Am I right?
That's correct, Councillor. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It is quite nuanced, and we would have to work with the province if there was a desire, but it really is intended to be municipal infrastructure that would support the CRL.
So we can upgrade a back alley, or we can upgrade a roadway system or landscaping, but we cannot actually pay for the actual affordable housing cost in this with the CRL money.
I would say what I've heard from the province is that it can be used for affordable housing, not the operations of affordable housing. And if it is to be used for affordable housing, it must be identified in the CRL bylaw, and it should be used for municipal infrastructure to support that development.
That's right. So I think that is very important aspect to understand, because there's a misinformation out there that somehow taking this $626.7 million from the station lands will allow us to put that $26 million toward affordable housing. That is not the case.
We would need to work with the province. It is definitely not that clear of a line between A and B as you're suggesting, Mr. Mayor. That is correct.
Yeah, and that process to engage with the province is a very lengthy, complicated process that takes few years, which I'm open to exploring that. I'm thinking about it, that maybe we need a 2-pager briefing note from the administration to give us the process of exploring that further. But at this time, that is not possible over the number of years.
I'm not sure, having not engaged with the province directly on that. I do know as part of the current amendment, it had to go to public hearing, and then it has to go to the province. And when we submit it to the province, they ask for things even like our financials, including our payback times. And I'm sure they would be very interested in that if there was funding for affordable housing infrastructure. So I know, Mr. Mayor, my answer is not super clear, but it's not a straight line answer here. It's not a then this, then that.
Okay, thank you. On the checkpoints for this project, a previous council gave approval in June 2021. That was one checkpoint. Then the request for the province amending the CRL, that was another checkpoint approval from council, right?
That's correct. That was done through a public hearing process.
Yeah. And as far as the election is concerned, I don't remember any of us elected council members ever raising this issue as an election issue. So I don't know, like I have not heard any concerns about this project until the motion was made on Wednesday, that there are concerns about this project from public. Have you heard anything
I cannot speak specifically for the election, but Mr. Mayor, I've only heard support for this project in terms of from the arts community. They really see that publicly accessible amenity space as an opportunity for them to be able to activate in that space.
Yeah.
I've heard support from a number of downtown businesses for it. We've heard support from some of the
So.
Sorry, I'll stop there.
Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. I think what I'm concerned about is like at what point we give certainty, or at what point we stop saying, you know, this project's going to go ahead and give that certainty and predictability, not only to this project, but also a signal to the market that as elected or as a city council, as a city administration, that we honor part of our deal, that we don't question unless it's absolutely necessary to question. I've just done wonder how does that impact the overall investment environment? I'm out of time.
I've heard, even with this motion on the floor, and I think council might have received some correspondence from people in the real estate industry that this will create investor uncertainty if this deal is walked away from, because certainty is what is required for continued investment into our city.
Yeah, I'll just add, Your Worship, I think that decision point was when this went to council the first time. I think even this discussion is effectively creating uncertainty, no matter how the vote goes today on this motion. And that's what I hear mostly from investors is, and the kind of investors that are thinking about this in banks in Toronto and New York, they don't know or care, that there was a change in council, quite frankly. All they will see is the fact that there was a decision made by the Edmonton City Council, and then that decision was reversed 7 months later.
Yep. So. Thank you. And I'll take the chair back.
And I'll pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with a couple quick clarifying questions and then just go into a more philosophical one. So could we there was a memo that we received with an update that mentioned that a new cost estimate for the pedway had been completed. Mr. Laughlin, can you share what the current capital cost estimate is for the pedway?
Currently, sorry, I'll see if Ms. McCabe has any more details, but we're currently actively working on that estimate. Our goal is to have an updated estimate this year, with a goal to have a checkpoint 3 estimate by next year. I believe we're still within the range of the $26.5 million.
Okay, so the memo.
Sorry to interrupt. Point of order. We just need to move a second round.
Yes,
for everyone.
I forgot about that, Councillor. I'll go back and move the. I'll give the chair to Councillor Salvador, and I'll move the second round.
I'll second it.
Great.
Call to vote, Councillor Salvador.
Oh, apologies. Yes, let's vote on second round, please.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, as we're voting, I should mention the time. We might want to do some agenda management after this round, after
Councillor Stevenson. Yeah.
Just waiting for 2 votes, please. Mr. Mayor and Councillor Jads. We have all the votes.
And display the vote. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. It's moved to second round.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador, and thank you, Councillor Knack, for reminding me. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, carry on.
So just
please.
before we do, Mr. Mayor, just looking at the clock here, and I know there's a number of time-specific items for the remainder of today's agenda.
Yeah.
So if council could indulge as a bit of housekeeping cleanup would be much appreciated.
I think let's do that. Councillor Stevenson, I'll come back to you and make sure that your clock is stopped, that you don't lose your 5 minutes. If council is okay, can we refer the police commission appointment item to the next council meeting? If you give me nods, I can see some. Okay. Okay, that's one. We can send it to the other to the next.
So are you taking votes? So can we just?
We can move the motion to have that referred to council next council, right?
You can't, can I walk you through what the rest of your agenda looks like right now? And then
Yeah.
we can get a list of all the changes you like, and then we can have a vote.
Yeah.
So coming back at 1:30, as just previously discussed, right now you've got the Police Commission item at 1:30.
Yeah.
And then you've got two items, 9.2 and 9.3, which are time specific at 3:45. You have consultants coming in for that item.
Okay.
If you want, as a starting point, to refer the Police Commission continuation discussion from December 13th off to the next council meeting, if we can get a motion for that, that would at least clear off some of administration.
Yeah. So there'll be one item that
I can make that motion.
Okay. Seconded by
Second.
Council Salvador. That's the Police Commission appointment going to the next council meeting.
That is
right?
just for absolute
Continuation.
clarity, there has
Yeah.
already been appointments to the Police
Yeah.
Commission. This is a continuation
Got it.
discussion.
Okay. Please vote.
So just to clarify, mover and seconder, please.
Councillor Stevenson moved it and Councillor Salvador seconded it.
We're just sending the vote out just now. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Display the votes, please. Sorry, it's carried. And how time sensitive are 9.1? Sorry, 9.2 and 9.3.
If you want to lay those over to the next to the next agenda, what I'll do is I'll check in with the consultants to make sure that they're available. We'll also have to look at scheduling. But we could, when we come back from lunch recess, it's possible that I can get those moved to a different meeting as well.
Yeah, because I don't think we'll be able to finish the agenda. Might as well give a notice to the consultants that they don't have to show up today, right? So
Are you making that decision now, or would you like me to check their availability?
we'll check their availability during break and see if that is possible. Right? Something to think about for council members to during the break. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, back to you.
Thank you. So we had a memo that said that the cost estimate for the pedway was increasing, but we don't have a figure on that. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're
Okay.
we're
And then-
actively confirming the estimate, and we'll have greater specifics this year, and then working towards checkpoint 3 next year.
Great. And then just clarifying an earlier comment. So if it does come back that there is a cost increase, that it's over the 26.5, I'm hearing that there is not a cap that we would then negotiate who covers that additional cost. Is that correct?
Well, there's a cap in terms of the amount that's approved in the budget right now. Anything above and beyond that, if any of it was additional city contribution, would need to be approved by council because there is a cap on the 26.5. We'd also look at things like a local improvement for any additional costs on it. We could also look at the developer fully funding any additional costs on it. That's work that needs to happen, and I think it should happen in tandem with the other negotiations that are going on in terms of the enhancements in the amenity spaces as well as district energy, Councillor.
Great. Yep. Just a clarification though, that that's not a hard cap, that there is potential for that to increase.
Well, it's a hard cap in that that's the amount that's approved in the budget right now.
But it may
and no more additional is going to be spent on the pedway until we have clarity on if it is more than that or not.
Sure. At this point, we're committing to the 26.5. We'll receive some updated numbers and may reconsider and increase that budget at a later date.
Potentially, but as I've said, we were going to negotiate with the developer. Isn't a done deal that the city would necessarily pay for that, and that would be a council decision.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I just wanted clarification on that process.
Absolutely. Yeah,
thank you.
Absolutely.
Also, just clarifying Councillor Knack's question and a question from Mayor Sohi as well. So I just want to be, I'm understanding there's complexity around how the CRL funding could be used towards affordable housing. But am I correct in saying that it's not misinformation to suggest that it could be used in one form or another to invest in affordable housing?
It could be for municipal infrastructure that supports affordable housing. That is a body of work that would have to be done, Councillor. I wish I could give Council all of the answers on that today, but I can't, because that would be a body of work where we'd have to inform you in terms of a conversation with the province about whether or not that could happen or not, what that would look like, how we'd amend the bylaw, what the public engagement process would be associated with amending the bylaw,
Sure.
what the
Yep.
financials would be, and then we'd have to come back to you with recommendations on that.
Great. Yeah, that's understanding the complexity, but it is still a possibility. And then just clarifying Councillor Knack's question as well in terms of this investment precluding other investment. The investment we make in this case in the Pedway, just not even just in terms of affordable housing, but that does decrease the pool of CRL funds that we have for a range of other downtown investments. Is that correct? There's an opportunity cost, I guess, is what I mean to clarify.
There's an opportunity cost to any investment, and yes, there's an opportunity cost associated with station lands. It does take,
so sorry, I'm just mindful of the
from the
time.
CRL. Yep.
Okay, so then I guess going to that question of opportunity cost, return on investment. So, you know, I hear the importance of being open to investment and the importance of attracting capital to our city, and that's something I believe in incredibly strongly, and I think is essential for our downtown. And I was just wondering if administration could comment on how you look at the amount of public resource going to attract investment for the station lands versus the amount of public investment that we're making in our economic recovery grant. So it just seems to me that there is a lot of investment coming to our downtown with, you know, very modest public investment. I'm just wondering how you weigh that return in terms of the 1 to 6 versus the 1 to 25 return on investment, and again, attracting that investment, being open to that investment, but at a lower cost to taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, I think that's a challenging one in terms of it really depends on how you calculate that a return on investment, because somebody might say that the return on investment for station lands is 32 to 1, $26.5 million for the Pedway to $840 million of investment.
And I guess that's a good question in terms of the payback period as well, in terms of how quickly the economic recovery grants would pay back, and in terms of the certainty of those being for the one and only phase rather than contingent on further phases for payback.
I'd say with the economic recovery grant, it was one building at a time. This opportunity for station lands opens up a larger scale development, which often when you're looking at that scale of development does require public and private investment in order for it to start. And your questions about comparing one to the other, that's a body of work that would have to be done for me to be able to inform council on that. And more wholesome. What I would say is that we're strategically have set the CRL to incent private development, which is why administration's recommendation was supportive of the Qualico station lands development.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. We are going to take a break now. We'll be back at 1:30, so we are on the recess.
So we are live on the web, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I would like to call this meeting back to order. We'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans. Oh, is that your baby, Councillor Jans? Oh. And another check for Councillor Paquette. He'll probably join us a little later on. And our next council member on the list is Councillor Cartmel.
So, Mr. Mayor, just before we do that, can we just get, again, an agenda check? So there had been an idea that item 9.2 and 9.3 would be moving off. Can I get direction on those, please?
And you were able to catch up with folks, or just do that?
Do you need a motion for that? If so, so moved.
I just told them 9.3. What's
9.2 and 9.3. So, Councillor Paquette, what exactly are you moving, please?
The recommendation from the clerks.
So 9.2 is verbal, and 9.3 is a request for direction. So I confess I'm confused.
Yeah, so what are we doing? Like, they will be on the agenda as we go through the agenda. We'll debate them. That's my understanding.
So you're not moving them?
To send them to another council meeting?
Yes.
I thought council members didn't want to do that. That was my sense that,
Okay, then we'll just leave
that
it
some
as is.
council members want to debate that, right? So we can't change the agenda just because I think we need to figure this out better way, but these items have been on the agenda and they need to be discussed on the agenda. Okay. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I think we're hopefully reaching the end of this conversation. I don't want to belabor it too much longer, but just picking up where I left off, we were talking a bit about headways, and Ms. McCabe, I understand that, given the choice, we may not want to go down the road of headways, but is it fair to say that we have an existing headway network around the Churchill station that services largely office buildings and a couple of entertainment venues? And that headway network could use a connection to a residential building that might, balance the load and bring more eyes and ears and feet to that space. Is that at all fair to say?
I think the first two for sure are fair. I think the third one is, a headway to help increase the number of people using the Churchill RT station potentially, but also an improved streetscape can do that as well. So I think you're highlighting that headways come with trade-offs. And the policy direction is very clear on that as well. And as I indicated, the administration did come to support for this headway in spite of the number of city building trade-offs associated with it. And that tie to district energy is one of the reasons for that, as well as the tie to the Royal Alberta Museum is another example.
Well, and the tie to the district energy plant is an interesting one. It's my understanding, perhaps Mr. Laughlin can confirm, that those plants, those systems work best when there is also a balanced load from that perspective, where you've got a combination of larger buildings and small office buildings and entertainment venues and residential buildings, so that you have, buildings, some that are occupied in the day, some that are occupied in the evening and at night. And, is my understanding correct that adding a residential component to the district energy system would be advantageous?
I think adding units is advantageous, and when there is a sort of an offset or parallel operations, it certainly helps balance the load between different facilities, yes.
Are we aware of any other residential building that will be in this general district? So, you know, in and around the civic precinct? Are we aware of any office tower conversions that are imminent? Are we aware of any other residential component to anything around 100th Street between Jasper and 103rd Avenue? Anything at all?
Without having a map in front of me, no, not off the top of my head, but somebody else on the line might have
Something? Yeah.
might have something. It isn't an area, I mean, station lands, this is part of the reason for suggesting support of station lands, is that not a lot's happened in that area. And, you know, getting this one tower underway really will help kickstart the entire development of the area.
Is it, and maybe this is stretching the point a little bit, but is it not fair to say that most of our investments in infrastructure and in the public realm are to some degree intended to catalyze something? You know, and Terwilliger Drive has bus lanes and an active transportation path in part to catalyze transit uptake, to catalyze active transportation. 101st Avenue project being contemplated to catalyze development and improvements to the public realm and more public involvement. West LRT, I think in our discussions, we talked about the catalytic effect of the West LRT project to activate large multi-unit residential development along that entire alignment. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, and part of the reason why administration recommended this project, and I think why the previous council supported it, is there are a number of non-financial benefits associated with the Qualico development as well as financial.
And and you know, there's been talk of ratio of investment to development, and pick a ratio, 6 to 1, 25 to 1, 32 to 1. Do we expect, you know, the West LRT project is $2.6 billion. Even if only a part of that is catalytic investment, we expect anywhere near a 6 to 1 or 20 to 1 or 30 to 1 ratio of investment in land development along that alignment. Yes, you got to pick your denominator, but that's a lot of money.
We can't really quantify, Councillor Cartmel, the degree of lift, because there is an element of the opportunity that gets created with development. It does take time, so it's a long-term investment.
So will you get sorry, Adam, I'm almost at the time. I'm really sorry, Adam, but we're not sure what that is, but we're certainly sure of what Station Lands brings us. Thank you.
Yeah, as Ms. McCabe has said, there's certainty on that, and you know, investment in infrastructure, yes, all of it does a part to catalyze elements depending on the infrastructure investments that are made.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans.
So just a quick reminder that Councillor Hamilton hasn't had a first round yet.
Councillor Hamilton haven't had a first round yet. Okay. All right.
I'm just on to speak, no questions.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. And I guess my question is to administration. I just want to make sure I've got this. That how do we know that the pedway is go or no go? What assurance do we have? Are we just taking the developer's word at face value?
We worked with the developer. They submitted a business case, and I've also connected with people in the investment community, and they have indicated that that would be a reasonable go no go for this type of development in that area. But that is what we have is that business case that they submitted as part of the June council report.
So again, it's from the developer, I guess. I guess my concern here is around the pedway precedent, that why is it not the case that we need a pedway to every other project that's going to be proposed, or what are maybe an above ground plus 15 style pedway? Or do you see where I'm going with this? I'm really worried about the slippery slope that if we spend public money buying a pedway for one developer, when in other cases, I believe the developers have had to pay for it themselves, this is very concerning.
Councillor Jans, I don't think it is a slippery slope. There is policy direction, and there are areas of our downtown where pedways are not allowed. We have paid for pedways in the past as well. The city has had contributions to pedways in the ICE district as well. We look at each individual pedway on a case-by-case basis before we would suggest that it was something that the city should invest in.
Second question, so MOUs are not legally binding. So there is an MOU to look at district energy, but that's not a legally binding agreement. That's not, that's nothing more than a signed paper tiger, I believe they say. Am I correct?
I think someone from law should probably answer that question.
So, Councillor Jans, typically an MOU is non-binding. I do have one of my team members who is actually working on the MOU. I'll send it to Ingrid for answering.
So that's correct, Councillor Jans. It's Ingrid Johnson here from Legal Services. The MOU in question is not legally binding.
Thank you. So I understand it. Administration seems really, really passionate about this project and really wants to see it go forward, and I can appreciate that. I guess what I need to understand, it's clear the benefits that well, it is more clear the benefits communicated, but what about the risks to council of this deal? Like, what about the risks of how do we, what other risks could council face if on this expenditure? And I'm not talking about if Station Lines doesn't happen, we've heard that, but just in terms of assurance. Like, I'm worried when I hear there's a cap on the pedway, but it's going to be negotiated. Well, what kind of leverage do we have on a pedway that's halfway under construction that is now being, we're going to have to go back and renegotiate who pays for what? Are we just going to leave it in the ground? There's a number of pieces here where I'm just wondering, it doesn't make sense to me how the risks are protected. And I guess on the topic of risk, what did administration communicate clearly to Qualico that there was risk associated with any movement on this project in terms of the borrowing bylaw still needed to pass, and also the province of Alberta still needs to approve the change to the CRL.
So, Councillor Jans, I'd like to start with that administration appears really passionate about this project. Just want to be clear. As a public servant, I'm giving you my best advice. If any passion's coming across, it's meant to come across as neutral in terms of your decision-making process. The part that I've been trying to very clearly communicate is that there's risks wider than just this project, and I appreciate the situation that council's in associated with that in terms of a deal has been struck, a developer has made some decisions around that deal, and as a result of that, there'll be reputational risk outside of this project as a result of the situation here before you today. Has administration communicated all the risks? Yes, we've tried to do our best through that June report that went forward in terms of looking at the risks, in terms of looking at the non-financial impacts of this project, the fact that we're doing a feasibility study, the fact that we have an MOU, and have we communicated the risks to Qualico through this process? Yes, we have communicated the risks. One thing is that a borrowing bylaw is supposed to be procedural in nature and not debated. So that's what will come before you. And so that's, at that point, it's just a decision on the borrowing bylaw. Yes, we did communicate the risks associated with if the province approves this or not, then we'd have to go back to council and re-amend the bylaw, the CRL bylaw, and or figure out what next steps are. We have been open to Qualico about that as well. And there are a number of negotiations. You're correct. There are a number of negotiations currently underway. There would be a number of other check-ins with council in terms of checkpoint 3 on the pedway, and perhaps Adam could speak to the fact about would we start building before we got to that checkpoint 3, where the checkpoint or where we are with council.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, before Councillor Tang begins, just a quick point of order. We should probably, as a council, avoid the suggestion that administration would be biased one way or another.
Great. Point noted, Councillor Paquette. Please be careful.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Tang.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Actually, I'm ready to vote and speak to it.
Okay, good. And Councillor Rice, you have questions or you want to speak to this? Councillor Rice, you're next.
Yeah, I do have 2 follow-up questions.
Go ahead.
So I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the great questions my colleagues asked. So my question is related to specifics, Mr. Mayor's about the CRA. So CRA, it's my understanding, it's provincial government, and so I just want to get a sense from administration and how many possibility and then for us to add that affordable housing piece into that program. And because that program, my understanding is only supports the infrastructure project. So how many time it will take to make that change, and how many possibility could be, and for us to add that component and to CRA program. So that's my first question.
So the way that the downtown CRL was set up was to catalyze private investment, and that's the way that we've approached the downtown. I believe our CFO Stacy would like to add some to this question.
Yeah, so if I can just talk a little bit about the requirement for it to be city-owned affordable housing. It's the interplay between the CRL plan and bylaw itself and the use of debt on the project. And so if you would like to use CRL debt to fund affordable housing, it has to be done under the limits of your own debt management fiscal policy, which require it to be your capital. The CRL does allow for housing incentives, but they're operating in nature.
So I think the point there is that a body of work would have to occur in order for administration to come forward to be able to recommend any affordable housing projects in the downtown CRL, and we'd have to work with the province as well.
Okay, thank you. And so my next question actually related to this. And I do understand from city plan and growth perspective, affordable housing is the important strategy we use to support that outcome. But I don't believe that is only one strategy. Every infrastructure improvement needs to go to that strategy. So is there any analysis or any information already done and from administration to demonstrate? And yes, we have several strategies to support our city plan, to support our city growth. And then specifically what's the implication and from a council infrastructure improvement and to our city, and then to move to the different or weigh more in certain strategy. So I would like to see that analysis. I don't know, and if it's okay for me to ask that or not. I just think, and if we can do that analysis, and it will be great for us to make a decision and how we can look at the different strategy contribute to our city plan.
Yeah, Councillor Rice, that's a great point in terms of there's a whole bunch of different things that are going to move the needle on and help achieve the city plan. And it's not just affordable housing, it'll be many different things. And that analysis will come forward to you in many different reports that are going to come forward through this year and through the coming years, because things like investments in mass transit are going to be important. Investments in bike lanes are going to be important. Investments in economic development are going to be important. Investments in climate work will be important. And we hope that that'll all come together through the articulation of your strategy, the city plan, in the budget process through priority-based budgeting. So it's not an easy answer, and it's not one easy analysis, but we do hope to set that foundation through this year to help you through the budget process so that you can see those direct ties from your strategy into the budget.
And also from jurisdiction authority perspective, I do believe and the provincial government has a huge responsibility for the housing. So is there any work has been done and from city administration to work closely with provincial housing department to look at is there any opportunity or is there any funding we can leverage from provincial government to support our affordable housing strategy as well?
I do know that's a very important part of our affordable housing work, and perhaps Mr. Jevney could speak to some of the work that's underway.
Okay, thank you. So that's my question.
Mr. Jevney, are you there?
Yeah. Sorry, Councillor, could you restate the question?
Our work with province on affordable housing.
Yeah, I mean, we continued efforts to engage the province in affordable housing. I mean, they're ongoing. There's no new program. It's just continued work and continued advocacy for the plans that we have in place.
Yeah, it's also part of the budget submission that we have made to the province as well, right? So, thank you, Councillor Rice. I'm sorry, Councillor Rice?
Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette, are you to speak or questions?
I'm to speak. I think that we've...
And Councillor Salvador, are you to speak or questions?
Just one very brief question, then happy to speak. So I'm wondering, Ms. McCabe, I'm looking at the motion, specifically the third part, where it does talk about sort of reviewing the downtown CRL for an update, but also talking about the remaining CRL projects that are on the table and opportunities to advance affordable housing, public washrooms, etc. I guess. And the reason I'm asking this is I'm considering asking for dividing this motion for vote. But is this piece of work, I guess, feasible for you to undertake? Would that take away from other bodies of work? And I guess what would be required to even answer this type of question? Would that require engagement with the province, or can you speak to that?
Yeah, I don't have the answers to all your questions, Councillor Salvador, today, and I think a better time to perhaps ask these questions would be at the February 22nd CRL update, when you have all the information before you and the work that we're doing. Generally speaking, I've said it that we do have to take a look at all of the projects in the CRL and take a look at them in terms of what makes sense. Based on the development that's already happened in our downtown. But as for your other questions, I don't have clear answers on all of them today.
Okay, but I'm hearing there will be an opportunity to talk about this in February then?
There is, yeah, there's an opportunity in February, and if there was a motion coming out of it in February, I'd have a better opportunity between now and then to be able to address your questions in terms of what would it take in terms of engagement and in terms of taking that strategic relook at the downtown CRL.
Okay, great. Well, I really appreciate the clarity on that. I'm just to speak to it now. Mr. Mayor, would you like me to go to that, or do you want to go around? Is there anyone else on the board?
You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I think in general, from an urban design perspective, I'm not a fan of pedways, but I think if we want greater clarity around our approach to pedways moving forward, we should actually have a discussion around policy change in that regard. So that being said, I am a fan of having more people living and working in downtown, and I am a fan of seeing investment on this site. I do think that this project supports the goals of city plan and will aid in downtown vibrancy. I do think that achieving the goals of the city plan, specifically densification in our core, will require a combination of public and private investment. And beyond the urban design perspective, I also thought that it was important to evaluate the business case for this project. And I absolutely understand the concerns around going back on past decisions. We want to be cognizant of perceptions of stability when it comes to our business environment. And I think it was pretty evident through my line of questioning. I am concerned about the potential risks that this project poses, the performance of our CRL, and the degree of financial exposure. However, based on the answers that were provided today, I understand that the risks of not achieving the full build out have been considered. And we're confident that we will see a return and at a minimum break even if the project is only partly built out. So I do want to be clear, though, that I would have liked to have seen a better cost sharing arrangement built into the terms that provided more surety and risk mitigation on the city side. But that's not what is before us today. The time for those negotiations would have been back in June or perhaps before then. So since then, 2 readings have been passed. A permit's been issued and the project is out to tender. So despite the concerns I have, I am really trying to view this in terms of trade-offs. And for me, that means weighing things like urban design, densification, our climate goals, including the opportunity to build out district energy, city plan, city's financial health, and the opportunity to see investment along the north edge of downtown and into Chinatown, which historically has been quite marginalized and underinvested in. So really for me, this is about making good city building decisions without exposing ourselves to unnecessary risk. And while I don't find the terms overly agreeable, I don't necessarily find them sufficiently disagreeable to cancel on a project this far down the line. That I do think checks a lot of boxes for larger city building goals. And then I will just add, going forward, I do want to send a strong signal that we need to pay really close attention to what those subsequent negotiations and agreements are going to look like when it comes to tie-ins around district energy, as well as the design process for the pedway. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson, are you to speak or you need a third round?
Maybe a third round for just some very quick questions, if I may.
Okay, can someone move third
I'll
round,
move the
please?
third round.
Councillor
Second.
Knack, Councillor Salvador seconded. Third round, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
Thank you. Just very quickly, just for a further understanding of what's in the financial agreement. Will there be some operating? Is there a discussion of the operating arrangement for maintaining the pedway once it's constructed, the cost share agreement?
Ingrid, are you able to answer that? I
Yeah,
know for the publicly accessible amenity spaces there are, but headway?
yeah, for the pedway, we haven't gotten far enough into the negotiations, but that was certainly one of the considerations the city has in moving forward, is how we're going to approach the operations and maintenance of the pedway area itself.
Great. And has there been any discussion of community amenity contributions as part of the subsequent phases of the project?
That will be dependent on any rezonings. And Ms. Petrin, are you online?
Hi. Well, and just to clarify, like I know we could do if they rezone to a DC2, there could be a community amenity contribution there, but just recognizing that we do have this funding agreement, I believe it's possible to have requirements in there, for example, around the 97th Street Bridge, other enhancements to the area that could be negotiated as part of that financial agreement.
There could be, but I would just caution that if that's addition in it, are you talking about if for subsequent? I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to ask questions. If you're talking about for subsequent buildings, we would have to work through that with Qualico and bring any recommendations to council associated with that. But at this point, there isn't.
Okay, thank you. And I'm thinking I have clarity on this. So the question for me is always the phase one that, we can have a fair amount of assurance around versus, the full build out. Was there ever any discussion around, if the full build out doesn't happen within a certain time frame, that there would be a payback process for the public investment?
Ingrid, could you speak to when the public investment gets paid out in the agreement?
We don't pay any of the money under the agreements until everything is complete and there's a full review of all the invoices and what has been paid.
So they undertake the construction of the pedway and we reimburse them for those costs?
No, the pedway was a city project. So not speaking to the pedway, but to anything that was on their land that they're required to build for public amenities, they would not get reimbursed until it was entirely complete.
Okay, but we don't have any provision for payback with the pedway.
No, there is no provision for the payback with the pedway. The opportunity with the pedway is for the connection to the district energy system and the feasibility study that we currently have underway.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, just I guess I'm just wondering if we find ourselves in the position 6 months from now where we've given another green light at this stage, and we do discover and the applicant moves ahead, there's construction on site, and we do find that there is a significant increase to the cost of the pedway. I wonder how, what your thoughts are around, again, sort of this idea that we've given our word, are we moving forward? So in giving our word today that we're funding the pedway, are we giving our word that we will fund whatever it takes to build that pedway in the future?
Ingrid, could you are you able to speak to the legal agreement?
So currently we have conditions precedent for that document. I mean, it's in draft right now. It hasn't been executed with respect to the pedway at all. The borrowing, first, the CRL plan has to be approved by the province. The borrowing bylaw has to be passed by council. We can't exceed borrowing authority presently. If it comes back that it's more expensive when they finish the phase 3 review, then we have to reconsider where we're at, since we cannot exceed budget on any agreement. So at that point, we will reconsider whether there's a possible local improvement put in place, and that requires council steps. It also requires a petition period from the taxpayers who have to pay a local improvement. So there's quite a few checkpoints in the road before we could agree to an increased cost for this pedway.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that process is clear. I think it's more the moral quandary that it would put us in terms of the efforts we might need to make to continue to make it feasible. But those are all my questions. Thank you very much. I'll speak to it to close. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. And Councillor Jens, your 2 questions or speak?
To speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right. So I'll follow the list as presented. I'll go to Councillor Hamilton first because she has never asked questions and she wants to speak first on this. So Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be brief. I absolutely understand some of the concerns around this agreement because they all came up in June when Executive Committee discussed it at length. I think there's been a rather fulsome conversation today, but to me that has not introduced any new information. And I think the conversation would have been, understanding that there's a timeliness thing approach to this, it would have benefited, I think, from some consideration of that longer conversation that happened at Executive Committee. So why I supported it at that time, and I see no reason to change that position, is that while there are concerns about the urban design piece, the climate resiliency tie-in, I think, is really important. The investment in district energy and the expansion of a utility that successive city councils invested in as part of our a sustainable energy future. That to me is a really big piece of this. Additionally, for most of at least my life, development, especially in the core, especially north of 104th Avenue, has struggled, and it often takes what you call a project to take a risk, a big risk, and go into an area where there's not a lot of development. And unfortunately, right now, that is north of 104th Avenue. And we do need that area to revitalize for a number of reasons. But I think about unlocking the investment in Chinatown, which I think it's 97th Street. The Chinatown business area is one of my favorite areas in the city because it has you can not only feel the history and heritage there, but also there's a lot of liveliness and culture in that area. And I think the more activity you can bring to the area, the better. I'm also concerned that this motion seeks to adjust the CRL. And I think that I'm concerned about moving that away from its original intention. I'm sure this council will come back to that, but I think that the CRL was a really powerful tool that previous councils put in place to bring the downtown back from a place that a lot of people never thought it would come from. And I'm sure, Mayor Sohi, you remember so many of those conversations about Edmonton's downtown being dead and possibly being dead for good. And I'm really happy that that's no longer the case and that's no longer the conversation. For most of my life, Edmonton, decisions that were made by city councils well before I or anyone that I knew sat in these chairs, decisions that were made scared investment away. And it took 25, if not 30 years for a lot of financiers, a lot of external investment to have faith in what we were doing in this city again. So to me, having that consistency, having a stable environment for capital investment in our city is really fragile, and it's a hard one. And I am extremely concerned about some of the messages that I received from people outside of this city who are once again wondering whether or not Edmonton is the place for them to park their to not just park their money, but to invest in building up our infrastructure. I recall last term one of my fellow councillors saying that council made a decision, and whether or not you agreed with it, consistency and stability are really important roles for council to fulfill. And without the introduction of new information, I'm afraid that otherwise we'll scare our partners in city building away. So I'm not supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank all my colleagues and administration for this very rich conversation. It's interesting the feedback that I get from folks in Ward Garehio in the southeast, that when we talk about downtown, oftentimes I hear people say, well, we have actually nothing to look forward to in downtown since many of us are working from home. And just because of the way things are right now, due to many reasons, but one of which from my perspective is the—
Sorry, Councillor Tang, we're having a really hard time hearing you in council chambers. Would you mind either turning your
can
volume
you speak up a bit?
Oh, how about I log off and come back? Can you come back to me?
Okay, we will come back to you, Councillor Tang.
I'm having issues.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no worries, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I wasn't quite prepared to go right now, but I guess for me, it comes down to one of my favorite motivating quotes is from Peter Lougheed, who said, in all decisions, we must think like owners. And I think in this case, too much focus has been placed on the sizzle, not on the actual stake. It's not about the project, it's about the deal. And for me, it's my job as an elected official to view every single decision in front of me. If it wasn't a decision in front of me and it was just a rubber stamp, then that'd be another thing. But if this is a decision in front of me, that I have to protect the fiduciary interest of Edmontonians. So we heard a lot about some of these sort of nebulous concerns about an investor trust or foreign investment or people in the stock exchange of New York or Toronto or wherever. But what I haven't heard is about the confidence from the local taxpayer in Edmonton, confident that we are exercising fiduciary oversight in all decisions, that we are building social license. So when another deal comes forward, whether it's the gondola, whether it's another development, whether it's another investment, that we have trust. And I think there's a big concern there from what I've been hearing in the community about these kinds of projects. I heard that through the campaign. It was a big driver and a big concern, not just attributed to one particular council, but just the development process in general in Edmonton. So I think for me, it's also about risk. That we're being told here at face value from the developer that the pedway is a go or no go, but yet we're in an environment where there's supply chain risk, inflation risk, interest rate risk, climate change. There's so many risk pieces here that to what extent are we as Edmontonians going to be confident that, it's that old saying of never ask your barber if you need a haircut. I think I have major concerns here that I've articulated about the public payoff. Is a public investment even necessary, but will this generate the maximal public payoff for every single public dollar invested? We've seen the impact that other micro grants and micro investments have made that would create far more jobs and far more economic rate of return. So that's a big concern there. I expressed my concern about the pedway precedent and the payback timeline, but ultimately it's about a surety. And this is I'm very thankful to Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward and for giving us the chance to have the conversation. And I'll be casting my vote accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So some of my comments have been made. I'm following on, first of all, the heels of Councillor Hamilton's comments. You know, I have a shared experience where there was a real reticence to invest in Edmonton, and particularly in downtown Edmonton. I can remember when I was going to university, if you saw a single tower crane, it was a monumentous occasion. You know, and that has changed over the last many years. And you know, Councillor Jans referred to this as a somewhat nebulous concepts about investor risk and investor reluctance and the effect it might be having on some of those investment decisions. I would submit that from the amount of time I spent on the phone over the last 5 days, those are not nebulous concepts in the least. Those are very, very severe, immediate risks. And I think that, you know, further to what Councillor Hamilton said, there's no new information here. And I want to speak a little bit to the concept that, you know, I've heard a lot since the election from the people on council about last council and this council and potentially next council. And in my view, particularly at City Edmonton Council and at City Council, there is no last, this, and next. Council's a continuum. There certainly has been people that have filled the chairs before we have, but it is a continuum of government, and it is a continuum of commitment. We hear this kind of talk at other levels of government about the last government or that caucus or that party. That was not a former caucus. It was a set of individuals that came together and took the very best information they could and made the best decisions they could. And I will note that this particular concept and set of projects and set of motions passed 12 to 1. 12 to 1. That's not a split decision. That's not a close vote. That the council at that time considered this the best course forward. And there's been nothing presented today that suggested it isn't. I did not hear during the election anybody run on the premise that I need to get to council to reconsider station lands, or I need to get to council to reconsider greenfield development, or I need to get to council to reconsider all of the decisions that the last council made. I do not think that is our mandate. I don't think so at all. And I think that if we're going to go down the road of reconsidering past decisions, particularly without new information, we need to be much more considerate. We need to really contemplate the impact of doing those kinds of actions or making those kinds of motions. It sends a message. And to Mr. Kerbel's comment earlier, outside of the walls of this city, no one makes a distinction between those that used to sit in these chairs and those that do now. They see this as Edmonton City Council. And we are creating risk in our city, risk in our system that it took a very long time to overcome last time. So I'm really concerned, frankly, about this motion even being made in the first place. I'm really concerned, frankly, that we did not talk about this at budget because this is, you know, at its heart, a budget consideration. And I'm really concerned that just having this conversation, even contemplating going back on this set of decisions, what kind of signal that is going to send to dollars that are very mobile. We need to remember that in this particular instance, and in many instances, we've got a developer that's headquartered in another Canadian city that probably does business with a bank that is headquartered in yet another Canadian city, talking about whether or not Edmonton City Council is going to meet its commitments and stick to its commitments or change course for no compelling reason. And those are all very strong things that we need to contemplate. So I'm really concerned about this. Clearly, I'm not going to support this motion. And I think we really need to think about bringing things like this forward in the future and really contemplate just how big a risk it creates for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang.
Can you hear me now? Is this okay?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your patience. So I'll just keep going. Yeah, and I want to build on this sort of nebulous notion of investor confidence. And actually, in the last year, in fact, as recent as last few weeks, we've actually seen some very significant loss in downtown investment in real dollars that have already had devastating impact on the city, if not felt now, but certainly will be felt in the years to come. I'm not supporting this motion, and I want to frame that decision in three narratives in my next few minutes. So the first is around this idea of looking at things in the big picture, which we talk a lot about in this chamber. I'm not looking at this project as a single point in time or as a single Pedway project for 2022. We're not talking about a few years. We're talking actually in decades for this project and the vision for downtown. And of course, I think it's important for our council to look forward and to think long term. That's why we have city plan. These decisions we make will have lasting impact, and we need to take a step back and think about what kind of city we want in decades to come. Do we want infrastructure that will catalyze more investment in our core? I do. I also want affordable housing. And I don't believe that it has to be either this project or affordable housing and public washrooms. It can be both and. The second idea I want to explore is this idea of transformation, which we also talk a lot about in this chamber. I actually think this is a really exciting opportunity to leverage our money into a transformative project. Transformation, we talk a lot. Now I think this is one of our opportunities. And more than a downtown revitalization project, this, at least to me, is about scaling our vision for district energy and an energy transition plan. Station Lands has immense potential, and if we pull a plug, we're losing out on hundreds of millions of dollars, but also the project itself for thousands of people to live, work, and play in the core, and the potential investment that will come out of it when it comes to our vision for transition. And no, pedways aren't great urban design, but I think it's more than that. It's a utility corridor, and considering the additional funding the city has set aside to streetscaping outside. And this third narrative I want to mention is downtown investment and downtown revitalization. When we position ourselves for global competition, whether we live in the core or we live in the suburb, downtown is inevitably a part of Edmonton's brand and identity. And I believe, this land has been sitting there vacant for a long time, or much of the land. And continue to invest in these kinds of projects will bring actually more investment. And not only that, it will. I think we've heard very clearly that we're building a base to encourage investment in affordable housing and other public infrastructure too. So I think leveraging the CRL dollars can lead to a lot greater impact than what it looks like on the surface. In fact, greater business, arts and culture, and social investment opportunities in downtown and adjacent communities like Chinatown, like my colleagues have said, which, as a member of the community that have been at the table and part of many of these conversations in the past about Chinatown revitalization, I can say quite frankly, it has been chronically underinvested, under-revitalized, and overlooked well before COVID even started. And so I want to end by saying, we always say city building takes everyone. And I think the city has worked hard to evolve our relationship with the industry from one of, I would say, antagonism to one of partnership. It's not smooth sailing all the time, but I think that this is important to note. We've worked hard to build in tools and mechanisms like CRLs to support this kind of partnership approach and to address risk, making sure we're leveraging and maximizing public dollars for the best return, knowing that city cannot go at it alone. And so if we walk away from it all at the nth hour, what does that say about us? About city council, about the city? Never mind, multiple past council decisions that Councillor Carmel has mentioned, the administration recommendations based on best practice and best research, and the support from the Edmonton Design Committee, which they supported twice, even with the Pedway design as part of that consideration. So this is not either or, and if any council knows it, I think this is the council that really absolutely understands the importance of affordable housing for our city's well-being. And we're not talking about a one-time deal where Station Lands means we forego the opportunity to ever develop affordable housing. I think that's a false choice. And for all those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who's spoken before. And well, I wish that this motion maybe wasn't on the floor. I'm actually grateful for it because we get to have this conversation that may be instructive and it maybe help sharpen approaches going forward, no matter what it is. But going forward is the key, I think. This council was elected to be forward thinking, and I think that's what's going to happen. So I'm pretty excited about that. When I think about this project and when I thought about it previous to this discussion and previous to that discussion before that, one of the things that I thought about was the history of Chinatown. And a lot of people may not know this. I saw that Mr. Backstrom left the meeting. He could have told us that Chinatown actually used to be located in the general area of Canada Place. And all of those people were displaced in order to build that building. Their businesses, their homes, their livelihood, their community completely displaced. And they were pushed north to where they are now. And in the many decades that have passed since then, the city has maybe not invested in that community and in that area as much as we should. I think that the proof is in the pudding. This investment is, I hear about the risks, but to me, I don't see a lot of risk. Because if all of this investment, if the only thing it does is provide better access to Chinatown, provide equity for people in hot weather and cold weather with mobility challenges, if it gets activated so there's retail, all of those things together, the district energy, the greenhouse gas emissions, the expansion of downtown across what is basically a road barrier into an area that has been traditionally not really well invested in. And we've got someone who's willing to invest hundreds of millions of dollars. Then I think it pays for itself multiple times over. To me, the risk is not there. And I'm pretty hawkish, as past councillors will know, about spending, and pretty hawkish about what it's almost like I flip over every rock to make sure that there's not what we might call corporate welfare. This is not that. This is a public investment in public infrastructure. And the argument that, oh, well, if the developer is going to benefit, the developer should pay for that. Well, then by that logic, developers should have paid for LRT. They should be paying for our entire bus network. They should be paying for a lot of things, but that's not the way it works. We all benefit together. We all win together. And sometimes cities, municipalities make investments. And to the point of engagement, there was more engagement on this general sphere than almost anything in the city of the history, and that was the city plan. The city plan that said the city has to make investments to encourage and inspire other investments to create increased density in the downtown. Not only does that fit our city goals, but it also keeps taxes lower for the suburbs. You got more people downtown in a dense area paying taxes. Well, that means that we actually have downtown again covering a lot of the bill for the rest of the city. So I don't know. But again, I totally understand the rationale for the motion, but I don't think that we should be having an either or conversation. We should be having a yes and conversation. Can we invest in public infrastructure that inspires other investment, that incents other investment? Yes. Can we help Chinatown? And can we help people with equity issues? Yes. Can we extend our district energy? Yes. Can we also invest in housing? Yes. And I think this council is extremely serious about that. So I don't think we need to be taking a position of scarcity. We should be taking a position of what more can we do? Because this project is going to lead to so many jobs, so much uplift for communities, food on the table, bills being paid, and people actually being able to, get through this economic storm that we've had to make a lot of tough decisions with. So I support the idea of bringing things to council, but I don't support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep this brief because I think it's important to speak when I'm not going to support a motion, and I'm not planning on supporting this motion today for many of the reasons that my colleagues previously have already highlighted, including the densification and the alignment with the city plan, including the fact that there are a lot of benefits to this project, and to me the benefits outweigh the risks. the fact of process and just where we are at the decision-making point right now with this project. So for those reasons, I cannot support this motion today. However, I do think there's a lot of lessons learned that as we are a forward-thinking council, we need to take the lessons from this and see how we want to define these kind of agreements going forward, and how we want to think about what we would have done differently, so that when these kind of things come forward to us in the future, we are clear on that as a council, because there are some red flags for me in how this agreement has come about. I echo Councillor Janz's sentiment on, the pedway to nowhere potentially, and some of those risks there. But I also think there was opportunity that was missed in terms of negotiating some of this rental being below market value, because we know from a housing first perspective that building big housing blocks can be very stigmatizing, and having spaces where people can live and it's not clear whether you're low income or regular income, and you just get to be in that space together, is way more dignifying and way more what I hope our housing lives up to. And so I do think there was some missed opportunities, and I hope going forward we really make sure that we're thinking about those opportunities when other projects like this arise. So again, I really want to thank Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward. I agree with Councillor Paquette. This discussion was needed. It's frustrating to relitigate, but I think that there was a lot to consider and a lot to process. And it wasn't a decision that I came to lightly, for sure. And so I appreciate it. And I do think there is lessons for our forward-thinking council going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I do recognize the importance of investment in the downtown, as that's what people see when they come to Edmonton, and it's not necessarily that they're coming out to the suburbs of Edmonton. But I also acknowledge that a change in policy, I know, does have an impact on the markets and investors' confidence, and we can just see that from just even our markets, the Dow and the TSC today. But Edmontonians, I think, in Ward Squamish-Tappy told me that they were tired of special tax considerations that were given for downtown projects, although not specifically the Station Lands Fund. And I appreciate that the administration has given their unbiased opinion on their analysis and their continued recommendation on this. And although I don't think that there's enough support for this motion to pass, I will be voting in favor of it. And I appreciate Councillor Stevenson putting it forward, because that's the underlying message that I heard during the campaign from the residents out here. And I did commit to being their voice. And that's the voice that I'm bringing forward today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everyone for the comments so far. Appreciate that there have been some comments today about the risk around messaging about debating a motion like this, but it would have been equally as valid to ask these questions when, at a borrowing bylaw discussion. So I think, it's fine for me to discuss this and appreciate all the thoughtful questions that have led into this. So just a few points that I would highlight. I've heard some comments already around affordable housing. I think just worth reiterating. And I should note that this did not come from the mover or anyone on council, but I saw a lot of the emails that suggested that somehow you can only have one or the other, which as many members of council have already stated, that's a false choice. That's not what's before us today, and that wasn't even suggested by the mover, but I found it very odd that that's what a lot of the form emails were suggesting, that somehow you're either for handouts to corporate developers or you're for affordable housing. That's not true. And so I think we also need to remind ourselves that, even if there was an affordable housing proposal before us in the CRL today, which there isn't, we still have a massive issue of the province needing to fund the operations of affordable housing. Let's not forget that. So, I want us to build all 1,000 units tomorrow, but we actually need the province to fulfill their role and start operating these units. So there's an issue we need to deal with, and I have great faith in Mayor Sohi, who is doing advocacy on that issue, and we'll come to that at the appropriate time, and we need to do more on it. A couple other points. Appreciate there is that risk that was brought up around what if there's a higher cost of the pedway, and I appreciate the answers we heard that this would come back to council, and I would struggle to, come and be asked to spend more on that than what we've already agreed to. And appreciate and know that we have an opportunity to have that conversation if that were ever presented. But I hope that wouldn't be presented, and I hope that we would operate within the existing agreement for that. It's also been talked about, but just worth a quick note again around that investment in infrastructure. The city plan that we did approve will create situations during this budget cycle that we will need to debate where we have to decide, are we willing to fund infrastructure improvements, utility upgrades? There will be lots of costs that are before us that we'll have to decide whether we want to fund in order to actually see the city plan come to life. So I don't view this as sort of a one-off, because lots of those conversations we're going to have later this year would actually directly result private development as well. They'll also have a broader citywide benefit of increased density and all of the other objectives we have within the city plan. So with all that said, I'm thinking about really just one basic piece, which is that what I've heard today and what I remember hearing last time is that if the current development as currently permitted is advanced, that this investment will break even. Now, there's a risk to that, though, to be clear. One half of that development, the podium and one half of that development is advancing. The other half, we don't have a guarantee that's going to start right away. And so there is a risk we have to be aware of and we should acknowledge. But when weighing all of that out, I think that's a risk I'm willing to take. I'm comfortable with advancing that with where I'm at today. And part of why I'm comfortable with advancing that is to some of the points we've heard. Again, that desire to have more people living in our downtown. Goodness, we need to have more people who reside in the downtown. That will help with so much that we're dealing with right now. Some of the most densely populated areas are often even though they, by sheer number, they might have, as an example, that you see more crime in those areas, but on a per capita basis, it's usually the highest density areas that have the lowest per capita crime, because there's more eyes on the street, more people. And so I am encouraged by seeing some new downtown residential development in a location in a part of our city that we're encouraging that. So that, I think, is important to me. I'm not sure I necessarily agree that this will guarantee to help Chinatown. I hope it does if there's new people living there and they'll be going to the shopping. But I think just overall, for the vibrancy of our downtown, it is important to have more people living there. And so when I weighed out that risk of that second half of the tower not advancing, or of the second tower not advancing, I'm comfortable with where we're at today. I'm optimistic that it's going to advance and actually produce the benefit that we're seeking. So appreciate the discussion, but I've decided I won't support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and I will be very short. So I agree with all my colleagues' great points and for not supporting this motion. Specifically, I would like to emphasize 2 points. The first point, yes, to achieve the outcome for our city plan, and then economic recovery is so important. So we cannot forget this point and moving forward to attract more people and provide affordable housing and to people and come to our city. I think this is so important, but how to achieve this point, and then infrastructure investment is one of the key points. And without an infrastructure improvements, and I don't think that will help us to moving forward to support our people to have better quality of life and in the city. So that is one. Another one is a stable investment environment. And so as a city, I agree with other councillors and mentioned that as a city, we don't need to mention that previous or right now or the future, we are all one city council. And So follow that principle and we provide and keep this stabilize of investment will support our economic development and also investment improvement. So with all these reasons, and so I'm not going to support this motion as well. But I really appreciate the efforts Councillor Stevenson and put on and to bring this opportunity for us to discuss. And as a new councillor, so we learned so much from this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And Councillor Salvador, can you take the chair, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Our downtown, including our Chinatown, is in a dire need of investment to shake off the pessimism caused by the pandemic. And the station's land development offers us that opportunity. I understand some of the concerns from my colleagues about the pedway, and I know that this is not a perfect design. But we just can't wait for perfection and lose the potential opportunity to bring 5,000 residents to come live in downtown and build a life in downtown, transform a prominent site that has been undeveloped for years. We know, as Councillor Knack and many others said, that the best way to revitalize downtown is to provide that opportunity for people to live downtown. And this project will create jobs at a time when our economy is struggling, when Edmontonians are looking for well-paying, middle-class jobs in the construction sector. And this project provides them the opportunity to put food at the table. On affordable housing, our city, and to those who has been sending us emails, we appreciate your concerns, but I want you to know that our city has been a leader in providing affordable housing. We build and provide hundreds of affordable housing units through our own HomeEd. We provide support to organizations like Savita or Greater Edmonton Foundation. We are building close to 350 supportive housing units in partnership with the federal government and the provincial government. And I agree that we need to do more. And I agree that we should explore CRL as a funding option to build CRL. We have to build affordable housing, and we will have that opportunity on February 26th to ask those questions. But affordable housing is not just city's responsibility. It is also the responsibility of the provincial government and the federal government, and we need partnership with them. And that is why it has been my number one priority to work with them. And I have been a tireless advocate to both the provincial and the federal government for additional funding to ensure we both build more affordable housing, but we also need the support to run those affordable housing. My other concern is the reputation of our city. Our city's biggest strength to attract investment is our reputation that we honor the deals that we make. I know no partnership is perfect, but we must live up to the commitments that we make. If that trust and confidence erodes, it will have far-reaching consequences for us to attract future investments into our city. We just can't walk away from our end of the bargain at the 11th hour when our partner, in this case, Qualico, has been negotiating in good faith. And they have spent millions of dollars on this and the precious time and we need to honor that. There has been number of checkpoints on this project, and all those through checkpoints, we have given indication that we will honor this deal, and we need to send a strong message today that we honor that deal as well. So with that, I appreciate Councillor Stevenson's motion, but I just cannot support it because supporting it would send a very bad precedent that we can change the deals that has been negotiated in good faith. And I will take the chair back, and I will go over to Councillor Stevenson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks to everyone for your comments. This has been a really challenging one, and I am really grateful for the conversation we were able to engage in. I understood this summer that this was a done deal and that the decision had been made on the Pedway. And when I learned early into my term that this was actually a decision that would be coming before us as council, as a new council, I felt it was incumbent on me to do the analysis and ensure that I was doing my due diligence on this and every decision that I will be voting on as a city councillor. My intent in bringing this forward now for discussion was to provide certainty earlier rather than creating even more uncertainty waiting till the 11th and a half hour when it would come forward for a borrowing bylaw. So I'm pleased that we were able to have this robust conversation and provide the clarity in terms of the will of this council. I certainly hear the great points made by colleagues in terms of the importance of attracting investment, ensuring that we are seeing a vibrant downtown and investment in our downtown. I am so excited to see the investment that's happening in our downtown through the 9 other projects that we've catalyzed through the Economic Recovery Grant and the numerous rezonings that have come in around the Warehouse District Park. I think those are examples of how there is excitement and interest in investing in our downtown, and I fully support public investment to support those projects. So to be clear, moving forward, I have no reservations about using CRL funding or other city funding to invest in our city infrastructure to encourage and catalyze private investment. I think that is a great way of doing city building in partnership and together. For me in this case, I felt that the public benefit that was coming out of this deal wasn't high enough to warrant supporting the borrowing bylaw. There's certainly many numbers we can throw around and many ways that we can debate that, but for me, when I weighed it up in the end, there weren't enough guarantees of the public benefit that would be received through this deal for me to support it. So I again just appreciate the conversation and to my council colleagues for the opportunity to discuss this. I think that it's certainly provided greater clarity, not only for this matter in particular and the borrowing bylaw that's ahead of us, but in terms of the priorities and expectations that we have. I think Councillor Rutherford put it very well in terms of the lessons we can learn from this and what we want to take forward in terms of the direction we provide on future decisions like this that will come before us. I think that there is potential and promise in the redevelopment of station lands, and I hope that those promises and opportunities are realized. So I will be voting in favor of my motion, and again, really grateful for the conversation and all of the perspectives shared today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That has failed 9-4. Okay. Our next item is item 6.1. Potential order scope, Edmonton Police Commission. I think we will benefit from getting a perspective from our legal counsel on our ability and our authority in relations to giving direction to our auditor in auditing police commission, whether that is permitted, under our bylaw, whether it's permitted under the Police Act. I think from that legal counsel, after we hearing that legal opinion, we can talk about the recommendation from our auditor. How's that? Is that okay? Yeah, so over to you, Ms. Balouf.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if council wants to go in private for this discussion?
I would, because there will be some client or intergovernmental.
There will be a privileged part of the
privileged
discussion,
part of
and I
it.
know it may not be very straightforward.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So if we could have a motion that
Can
council goes in
someone
camera,
move
subject
that
to
we go in
section
camera, please?
27.
So
So
who's-
moved.
Second.
So Councillor Hamilton moved it, and who seconded, sorry?
Councillor Rutherford moved it and Hamilton seconded.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford moved it, Councillor Hamilton seconded. Please vote to go into private.
Councillor Cartmel,
Apologies, I'm a yes.
thank you. Councillor Salvador,
I'm a yes.
we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
So we're just going to need a few minutes for the peace officer to clear chambers. And if you are not a member of ELT Legal Services, be back online. So we are online. The doors aren't open yet, Mr. Mayor, and we've notified the auditor that we're back in public, and I believe he's just joined the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right. Would someone move that we receive this information, that we receive 6.1 for information?
So moved.
And that the information provided when we were in camera stays in camera, please, subject to Section 27 of FOIP.
You move that, Councillor Paquette?
Yes.
So seconded by
Second.
Councillor Salvador.
Sorry, point of order, can I just speak to that briefly?
There's a motion on the floor. Absolutely, you're entitled to speak. Can you please sign up on the list?
Yes, sorry, it wasn't accepting before.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I just want to speak briefly to accepting this report for information. So what that means is that there's no immediate action that will be taken, but I wanted to share my commitment to ensuring that that council has the information we need to make informed budget decisions on EPS. So I look forward to further work on this and further discussion as part of upcoming reports around the police funding formula and looking for ways that we can collaborate effectively with the Edmonton Police Commission to advance this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Seeing none, councillors wants to further speak on this, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we have 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we have to reconsider the vote on 8.6, so I think I can make that motion, so Councillor Paquette can.
So the motion will be to recall it, please, not to recall.
Oh, that's right, yeah, to recall. I'll move to recall the vote on 8.6.
And need a seconder for that?
Second.
Second.
Okay. So that is to reconsider the vote on 8.6.
Yeah, can you just clarify who moved and seconded it, Mr. Mayor?
So moved by Councillor Knack and seconded by Councillor Tang. So that is vote to reconsider, please.
To recall the vote, we're not reconsidering.
Sorry, vote to recall the vote on 8.6.
I'm sorry, can I change my vote, Madam Clerk?
Do you want to vote in the opposite of what you did vote?
Correct.
Then I will fix that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we're waiting for your vote.
Yes, hold on.
And Councillor Jans and Councillor Rice. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we go back to voting again on 8.6. Please vote on 8.6. So no.
Madam Clerk, I am a verbal no.
You can't vote?
Councillor Paquette, do you want me to reset your vote for you?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I've just done that. Thank you.
Magical day.
Has everyone voted?
No, we're just waiting for Councillor Paquette to reset. I've reset your vote if you'd like to vote, Mr. Paquette.
You're too gracious, thank you.
You got it.
Got it? Please display the vote. That has been defeated by 10-3. Okay. We have large number of items to deal with yet. Our next item is 6.2. 3 and
So, Mr. Mayor, you actually have two items, 9.2 and 9.3, time specific
at 3:45.
Yeah.
And 6.3 probably require more than 2 minutes. So why don't we just take a break now and be back at 3:45?
Could you go in private before you go on your recess, if you wouldn't mind?
So moved.
Oh, second.
Seconded, moved by
Councillor Hamilton.
Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Please vote
Yes.
to go back into private.
Councillor Paquette? Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We'll be back at 3:45. Until then, we are recessed.
Thank you. And to council, we have actually set up a different meeting Google invitation in your calendar. Opened. I'm just going to call security if you can give us 30 seconds and we'll chat the city manager.
Can we stay on this Google link or?
No, if you can go back to the other one, that would be great, please. We just set this up because for some reason we had lots of visitors on your last private item.
We'll go back to the other Google Meet, then vote, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, please, everyone go to the other Google Meet.
Okay. See you.
Thanks, Melanie.
Good job, you two. 3, I guess. I was
Yes.
thinking, can't forget the man.
So, Mr. Mayor, we're back online. We're just going to get the doors open, but I can see us, so we're online.
We are back online and we can proceed, right?
Yes, please. If we could deal with 9.2 and 9.3, that'd be super.
Okay, so Councillor Rice, can you move 9.2 for information first?
Are we live?
I don't believe Councillor Rice has yet joined us, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can someone else move that we receive 9.2 for information?
So before we do that, we're going to have to do roll call because I'm not convinced we have everybody here.
Don't have, okay. It's weird because you gotta see this, for some reason my Google Meet is not. Okay, got it. All right, we'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright? Councillor Knack, I see. Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe? Let's give everybody a minute to join in. I think people are just logging off from the other system to join on to the new Google Meet or the council meeting Google Meet. I see all of them in there. Okay, I'll do again. Councillor Wright? Councillor Knack? Councillor Knack is frozen too. Councillor Principe? Am I in the right meeting then? Because nobody's.
If you could just give everybody a second. I think we still have some councillors in the previous meeting invitation, so we're just going to resend the Google chat.
Oh, there's Councillor Knack is back here now.
I've never left.
Oh, you were frozen for a bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe I just looked frozen.
No, I call your name and you didn't respond.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Councillor Knack, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. And Councillor Paquette, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah, and
I gotta
Councillor,
say that the feed of council chamber is really quite striking.
Yeah. And Councillor Salvador, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
And Councillor Stevenson? Okay.
Councillor Rice is now showing on the meeting invitation.
She is? I'll do the roll call. Councillor Wright?
Yes, I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon again.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Hi, everyone.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Here.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Hello.
Councillor Rice, Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
Good. So Councillor Rice, can you move first 9.2 we receive for information?
Yes.
And seconded by,
Second.
that is Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
Councillor Jans?
In favor.
Thank you. We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, Councillor Rice, back to you. Can you move the recommendation in 9.3, please?
I move city manager and city auditor performance evaluation project plan for approval, for city council approval.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette.
And that it remain in private, subject to section 17, 24, and 27.
Yes, as said. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And now we are back to our 6.3. Is Mr. Corbold online?
I am indeed, Your Worship.
So I have a question to our city manager, and quickly, and before I go into 6.3, in light of the number of calls and emails that city councilors are receiving, and a lot of concerns out in the public on snow and ice control and the work being done, would you be able to provide an update to a committee soon to give us on where things are, so we can ask some questions as well? So would you be able to do that for the coming up Community and Public Services Committee on 30th or 31st? 30th?
Yes, Your Worship, we can certainly do that. We recognize some of the challenges we're facing from a weather perspective and from a conditions perspective and from a process perspective in how we're doing. I just want to reiterate that the crews are working 24/7 to keep on working at it. We're also conducting some pilots on different ways, and we're also very keenly aware of the concerns around some of the potential flooding and backing up of water and as the snow melts. So I'm happy to come back to Community and Public Safety or Public Services Committee as early as next week, or Executive Committee, whichever is the pleasure of Council.
Yeah, if we can provide that update for the January 31st Community and Public Services Committee meeting, that will be appreciated.
Will do, Your Worship.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Okay, 6.3. This is exempted by Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question. In attachment 3 on page 3, under community project grant, it says that it's a maximum allowance of $20,000, yet all of the grants were more than $20,000. So I'm just wondering if that was just an error or what happened there?
Councillor, it's Roger Jevney here. This is a Heritage Council report, and both their Executive Director, David Ridley, and their Chairperson, Robert Hodgson, are on the call. So I'll perhaps see if Mr. Ridley can respond.
Yes, thanks for that question. Councillor, thanks for the question. I'm looking at, yes, attachment 3. If I have that correct. Sorry, I got sort of momentarily lost in the stream here.
In the meantime, Councillor.
Oh, yes.
Go ahead.
So, Councillor, my apologies. So there is actually a mistake in that. The maximum grant there is 25,000. So that's a typo on our part. My apologies. So that's you're right. Those are all over 20,000, but it's actually 25,000 is the cap on that.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for that clarification. That's all. That was my only question. Thank you.
Good call. Our miss. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Principe. Any other questions on that? If not, I'll go to Councillor Cartmel as the chair of the committee to move it.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Second?
Second?
Second by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And our next item is 6.4, Heritage Resource Management Strategy. This was exempted by Councillor Hamilton.
It was. Would you like me to introduce, because this came up from committee, would you like me to introduce the issue?
Absolutely. This
All
is,
right.
yeah, this is the one without recommendation, right?
Yes, because there was a motion that was made, so that's included in the package. It's been sent up without a recommendation from committee. So at committee, the committee heard from 7 speakers on the topic of the heritage resource management strategy. Some of the speakers came with the request that the city address a DC1 proposal that was in progress on heritage conservation for the Glenora neighborhood, or a portion of the Glenora neighborhood. And that committee mid last year, Urban Planning Committee, had asked administration not to proceed with, or instructed administration not to proceed with. The remainder of the speakers came to speak to the heritage resource management strategy that is before you now. And really, it was, as you'll see, as you've seen in the report, administration is looking for permission essentially to bring an unfunded budget package forward. So as part of the discussion, some of the speakers did feel that this wasn't going to be fast enough. They're concerned about a delay with bringing that strategy forward. But the crux of the discussion and why this is before you now without a recommendation is that administration made it clear to committee that there was that it would be difficult to proceed with both simultaneously, that they would need, as I understood it as committee chair, instruction on to proceed with one or the other. And so you may have questions about how that is being put forward. So this comes up to committee from committee to council for a decision on how council would like to direct this group or the administration to proceed on this issue. And I'm sure that Councillor Knack would perhaps speak to the motion that was put forward on his behalf. But that is sort of the decision before you today, which direction council would like to give on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So there are two issues. One is the unfunded service package, right? And the other one is the the motion from the committee on DC1, resuming the work on that. Can they be dealt separately or has to be dealt together, Madam Clerk?
If we could deal with them separately.
Yeah, because then the first one might be easier to deal with, right? Then the second one may initiate quite a bit of discussion. So I'm just seeking a little direction from the chair of the committee. What your, Madam?
It's actually your decision, Mr. Mayor, as the chair of this assembly, and so what's been recommended before you is already inscribed. The other motion we haven't loaded yet because it hasn't been put on the floor.
Okay, the second motion has not been put on the floor? Which motion? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Which motion would you like us to display? My colleagues can get both of them up on the screen.
Yeah, I was thinking we could move ahead with the unfunded service package part first, right, and have a discussion on
Yeah, that would be great if you could deal with that one first of all, clear the decks, and then we'll put the next one up.
Okay. So can you put the first one up? And so can someone move that? As a chair, you move that, right, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I will move the unfunded service package.
I'll second that. Councillor Stevenson?
Okay. Second by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions on that, on the unfunded package? Councillor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, it was, I guess, maybe a question to admin first. And I'm just looking at the word unfunded service package, realizing we're about to go through a prioritized based budget exercise. And I'm wondering if it's actually something, my question is whether we should be actually deciding at this time whether something should be funded or unfunded, knowing we're about to go into a 4-year budget exercise.
Ms. Padbury, could you speak to that in terms of the process?
I think that is the decision of council. If you're going to bring forward a motion outside of the normal budget process, you can make it unfunded, which will direct us to go back and make it part of the process. But if you want it funded, you would have to tell us that.
Well, I guess my question is that, you know, the reason this recommendation has come forward, or the idea of a heritage strategy, requires that as part of a requirement of the audit that we had. And so I'm just uncomfortable necessarily saying what should be funded or unfunded, recognizing that this should probably go in the overall body of work that you're about to do. So I guess my question is, what's the right wording to allow you to consider this amongst all of the other priorities versus telling you up front, bring it forward as an unfunded or bring it forward as funded? Is it just that?
So as it,
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, as it stands, providing us this motion and asking us to prepare it unfunded would make it part of the process to be prioritized at the 4-year budget.
Okay, so I just want to double check then. You're not going to, well, and it's tough to presume, but my worry is that we're going to put forward, are there going to be motions that are unfunded that will come forward as an unfunded service package, even though it's a recommendation of the city auditor, even though it falls within the city plan, and we're sort of going to be forced to approve something in November or December that should have maybe been prioritized as the broader body of administration's work. So I guess I'm worried about using the term unfunded in the motion, and I wanted to double check that if we approve it as worded, you're not going to necessarily come forward during the budget with that as an unfunded package. It is a possibility that based off your prioritized work, that this could be funded as part of the original budget that gets presented to council.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I would say, though, if you wanted it to for sure be funded as part of that work, you should direct it to be funded. Leaving it unfunded allows us to do the work, but there will be numerous touch points through the budget process where we would take some guidance, including knowing and understanding at what level you would like, what tax levy impact you're aiming for.
I would just add, Councillor, that as you saw in the fall budget. We brought forward in the fall budget all the unfunded packages that were directed by the previous council. We put them in a distinct table. So we highlighted that and showed you that, and I'm sure we can do the same with this next budget.
So I guess sorry, and I'm probably not communicating it as well as I should. What I'm concerned about is that we're going to use that as a way to ensure it is not funded and only council can put it on. Thereby we're going, and I'm seeing a couple shaking heads no. So maybe my own comfort, and I want to confirm, is if we just remove the word unfunded and left it as a service package, you're still going to debate as part of the administration's prioritized work whether that should be unfunded or funded. I just don't want to presuppose as council that this should be unfunded and the only way to get it funded is by us doing it as we get to the actual debate. So do you have any discomfort if we remove the word unfunded and then that just enters the body of work that you will be doing?
I don't think we have any concerns, no.
Okay, good. Then sorry, and sorry to be picky, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to make sure I was comfortable with giving them the chance to do that. So I don't know if it's friendly or not. I just would like to see the word unfunded removed so that it can be.
And I would just say, Councillor, that it kind of depends on what direction we get from council on what you want us to achieve for a budget sort of outcome in terms of tax levy next fall. Because that answer would be different if for example, if it was like 2 budgets ago where we're pretty much directed to strive for zero, then it would be an issue. But
correct, yeah, and that's fair. So yeah, that's my thing, Mr. Mayor. Just either an amendment or if it's friendly, just removing the word unfunded.
And I'll see Councillor Hamilton where you see I get the point. I know where Councillor Knack is where he is. So Councillor Hamilton, what do you think? Do you think
that's friendly. Just by striking the word unfunded may allow administration the discretion by which to include it in their planning or their recommendations for this year.
Good. That's good. Then we will remove the word unfunded as a friendly amendment. Okay. Any more questions on this? Please vote.
So we're just updating that, and just for clarity, even though we're removing the word unfunded, we are now treating this as funded. Just so that we're clear.
We are removing the word unfunded out of the motion.
Okay, I'm just getting an update from the CFO. We're okay.
Yeah, so if you're removing the word unfunded, we will essentially treat this as funded through the process.
That's not the intent.
That's not
the amendment that I'm seeking.
So the intent, Councillor Knack, is that if you would if it's unfunded, then you would not consider funding it through the regular process that we will go through, right? And if it's funded, then it will be prioritized above many other things that we might have to consider, right? So what is the
So my intent was neither to guarantee it's funded or guarantee it's unfunded, but to be considered amongst every other priority that council will be deciding on.
Yeah.
I don't want council to presuppose that at this stage is my intent. So I want to leave it open-ended, which is why I think in the past, we have used the words funded and unfunded in motions. The intent of what I'd like to see is to have neither so that it can be considered amongst everything else.
If we say administration prepare options for a service package for consideration as part of 2023, then that way would that work better? Because then up to administration to figure this out part of our later on discussions then instead of funding on funding just options.
So maybe I'll say it this way. If you leave the wording as unfunded, it's part of the process. If the process then determines that it should be funded, we would make that recommendation as part of the budget that we brought back.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Deals with your nervousness, Councillor Knack?
I'm happy to hear those words, and I'll accept it, recognizing that has not been how we've typically done it in the past. So I just want to. But I heard those words and I heard that commitment, so I will stop talking then and accept it.
Good. Thank you. All right, now vote, please. Now so the word unfunded remains in the motion. Okay, now vote.
Mr. Mayor, I think I'm getting the hang of this.
Are you in yes?
Councillor Jantz?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now the second part is the Councillor Paquette's motion.
Are you extending orders, Mr. Mayor?
Good point of, yeah, thank you.
It's 5 o'clock. Yes, I didn't even look at the clock. So we have to come back Wednesday. We resume our meeting on Wednesday. Okay. Until then, we are adjourned.